A very good morning to all the listeners and participants. Welcome to the International Conference for ccTLD Registries and Registrars of CIS Central and Eastern Europe. Many of you have long been participating in our conference, and if you remember, usually this conference would be organized sometime in early September or mid-September to open a series of other industry-facing events. But this year, we had to shift the calendar a little bit. There was a good reason for doing so. Usually ICANN would meet in October and November, and this year ICANN held its conference in mid-September, and it gave the start to various business and industrial activities. We decided to open our conference 1 week after the 75th ICANN conference in order to discuss its output and the impact that the decisions of the global corporations have on the global market, with a special focus on the markets of the CIS, Central and Eastern Europe. That's why I don't think I need to introduce all of the participants of the first session. The first session is organized as a tour de table. It means that we will be giving you brief updates and overviews of the activities of a particular registry or a particular registrar. I will introduce our speakers as they take the floor. And you can find the agenda on the website of the conference. And I'd like to give the floor now to Vice President of ICANN for Stakeholder Cooperation, the Director of the European Office of ICANN, Chris Mandini. Good morning, Chris. What were the results of the conference, and how will they impact the market of domain registrations in our region?
Well, thank you, Andre, and thank you to the hosts and organizers and to my fellow panelists for the invitation to be here. It'll be a challenge to give a summary of the week-long meeting in 5 minutes, but I'll give you a couple of headlines. I'm delighted to be here for my first appearance at this conference. I'm the Managing Director for Europe, and my title really means that I'm responsible for the outreach to new stakeholders who are interested in ICANN's work, supporting the active community members like yourselves who are active in making ICANN policies, and maintaining strong ties with technical and operational partners, including the registries and registrars around the world. And as you all know, ICANN has as its mission the stable operation of the system of unique identifiers that enable the global internet. We, of course, refer to this conveniently as the DNS, the domain name system, which is what most stakeholders interact with. But I always like to remind audiences that it's worked seamlessly and without interruption for decades and is resolving many millions of queries every second, helping us and our devices navigate the network of networks that is the internet. I'll just maybe highlight 2 or 3 priorities, and as you mentioned, it's easy because we just had the ICANN meeting last week, and of course it was our 75th public meeting, and we discussed a lot of priorities there. I was happy to see a number of you in attendance and happy to be in person at this hybrid meeting. Interestingly enough, one of the big priorities of ICANN currently is delivering these kind of seamless hybrid meetings. We want to make the experience as seamless and helpful as possible for the online attendees. We work closely with companies like Zoom, with interpreters, with technical partners, and at the same time, for people attending on site in person, we want to keep them as safe as possible. We had many anti-COVID precautions in place. And so now we've had 2 hybrid meetings in the post-pandemic period, and I invite your feedback to tell me how we're doing on delivering these meetings. One of the most inspiring areas that we celebrated at the meeting last week was the work in internationalized domain names, the IDNs, the domain names expressed in scripts like Cyrillic, and of course, the universal acceptance of making all of these names work in software, applications, networks worldwide. And of course, it's important for all kinds of reasons, expression of local culture, connecting new communities to the internet. But I really don't need to tell you in this audience, .ru and Cyrillic, it remains the most successful IDN in history. And I know the efforts of you and colleagues who have been tireless in advocating and lobbying and approaching organizations to make these internationalized domain names work around the world. We had a wonderful session in the public meeting last week. We celebrated the community that works on what's called label generation. It's very detailed work of translating or interpreting the different alphabets. It's taken 10,000 volunteer hours over the last decade. And so participants from 40 different countries have been working together. And now I'm pleased to say that 23 different scripts, 23 alphabets now work as internet addresses representing nearly 40 different languages. The work continues, and it is really painstaking, but also, as I say, inspiring about how global stakeholders can cooperate to make the internet better. A second big area of priority, which we had an update on last week at our meeting of interest to this audience, is progress on a future expansion of generic top-level domains, the ccTLDs. This will build upon the last expansion of 2012 and the part of ICANN, the GNSO, Generic Name Support Organization, approved last year a plan for a future round, a new round of GTLDs. And at that time, the board of ICANN asked the organization to prepare a design assessment to let the board know what the implementation would require in terms of systems and resources. I'm pleased to say that assessment will be delivered to the board on December 3rd of this year. That will position the board to make a final decision, and benefiting from the experience and our attention on how we worked in 2012, it should be a streamlined, efficient process going forward. And I will be interested to see from your markets what comes. I know there's a .kids in Cyrillic, there's a .tatar, .yandex, and others. So I'll be very interested to see what innovative new TLDs emerge from your region. And then finally, I will talk a little bit about DNS abuse, only because I want to give the headline and promote the appearance of my colleague Patrick Jones in a session this afternoon. This, of course, is abusive behavior, phishing, farming, malware, botnets, or spam that's delivering these harms. And what Patrick will do is go through the different projects, which are all open projects for your participation. So if you operate a network or a DNS resolver, there are many opportunities to collaborate. I want to also say we have free training on anything security related. So if any of your organizations would like to put together a Zoom, we can gather an audience to train on DNSSEC or abuse mitigation or any topic that you find of interest that ICANN can help with. I'll provide a link to the many technical papers we publish, which may be of interest to the technically minded members of the audience. So I'll stop there. Those were my headlines: internationalized domain names, GTLDs, abuse mitigation. I will be happy to answer questions, and I do invite you to be in touch if I can help provide more detail on any of these initiatives or any of the work of ICANN. Thank you again very much for the invitation.
Спасибо большое, Крис.
Thank you very much, Chris.
Основных задач, да, то, что находится в центре.
And it's wonderful that universal acceptance was one of the key items on the agenda of ICANN that you mentioned. So the key analyst of the Coordination Center of the ccTLD, that are Maria Kolesnikov, is going to make a presentation during this tour de table. She is the head of the regional group for universal acceptance. A quick question, Chris, if we may. The contribution of the regional group to the European activities, to the global activities, is it noticeable? Is it visible? Is it at all important that we have these local grassroots initiatives?
Yes, thank you for the question. During the period of COVID, I have to say that we on the stakeholder engagement team really increased our efforts to have mainly online, but regionally based activities, and to form regional groups, for example, in the areas of universal acceptance. Because even though we couldn't meet in person, we still felt a little bit closer, more proximate to each other. And what's wonderful about our region is it's very diverse, it's very advanced, it has the really, I would say, the most advanced technically stakeholders across ICANN. And again, for something like universal acceptance, we have a wealth of languages and scripts, and we're part of the world that's used to collaboration. So I have to say, yes, it's very important. I'm very proud to be part of the region, and I'm very, very pleased and grateful for the work of the stakeholders that are working on this, as I say, very detailed but important work.
Спасибо большое, Крис. Ну, будем рассчитывать и на дальнейшую поддержку именно работы.
Thank you very much, Chris, and we will rely on your further support to our regional group's operations. Cyrillic indeed plays an important role in the internet. There are many Cyrillic IDNs. There is a lot of content in Cyrillic, so I'm sure that during the day we will be going back to this item on many occasions. But now I'd like to introduce to you our next speaker, Irina Danelli, Deputy Director of the ccTLD and member of the board of ccNSO. That's the organization that supports ccTLDs. So Irina, what were your impressions of the conference? Yes, thank you very much, Andrei. I had the slides, right? I hope you can see the slides. As Andrei has already mentioned, ccNSO, country code name supporting organization, is the organization that brings together registries of country code names, representing them within the ICANN community. More than 270 country code domains are members of ccNSO, and the ccNSO board is the managing body that organizes and coordinates its activity. One of the key objectives of ccNSO as part of ICANN is not just to promote information exchange and to facilitate interaction between country registries, but it is also the development of the policies that should apply to country code domains. As to the last year's events, perhaps it was not the biggest event, but it was definitely one of the most emotional events on my memory, is that we got back to face-to-face meetings. And as Chris has already mentioned, the last two ICANN conferences were organized in the hybrid mode. It means that people could attend not only online, but also in person. ICANN complied with all the anti-COVID rules and measures. Everyone was wearing masks. People were taking COVID tests regularly. But this opportunity to meet in person and to, go back to all these conversations offline on the margins of the conference, that was something absolutely invaluable, and I'm sure everyone who attended enjoyed that part very, very much. And now let's go back to the updates. I will also begin with internationalized domain names. So one of the things that happened recently were the amendments to the ICANN bylaws. By virtue of these amendments, the IDN registries can now become members of ccNSO. The previous version of ICANN bylaws, when describing the activity of ccNSO as an organization, only mentioned the classical registries, so to say, the ASCII domains, only the Latin character top-level domain names. In Russia, with the coordination center here, we maintain .ru and .rf as well, while in other countries, IDN domains have a different administrative body. It means that it's not necessarily the same organization that maintains both an IDN and the ASCII domain in a particular country, and this made IDN registries a little bit discriminated against. So this inequality was removed. The bylaws were amended, and ccNSO has already contributed, and it's now making changes to its own internal rules and procedures in order to align them with the ICANN bylaws. We are also currently in the process to develop the policy for IDNs that should substitute the so-called fast-track procedure. Is the policy that provides the details of how IDN domain names are delegated, what should be the requirements to the IDN, to the application as well, and what should the procedure of reviewing the application be. We've been working on this policy review for the last year, and as a result, we should see a transparent and easy to follow process, which will be mandatory for ICANN, for the ICANN organization whenever new IDN requests would be filed in the future. And universal acceptance, something that has already been mentioned today, and Chris spoke about it, Andrei spoke about it. At ccNSO, we too had a whole session dedicated to the question of how ccNSO as an organization could and should participate in universal acceptance discussions, what ccNSO as an organization could do in order to advance universal acceptance. So during the relevant session, we exchanged opinions. We are currently recapping all the discussions, and we will be working according to our plan. Two more aspects related to ccNSO policies. The policy to retire country code TLDs that was under construction for the past, say, five years. A year ago, this policy was approved by the ccNSO community and board, and it was submitted to ICANN's board for approval. The Kuala Lumpur ICANN conference finally, or rather the board approved this policy during that conference, and now we have a document which can be seen as a call for action. It explains what ICANN should do if there is a request to retire ccTLD. And the second part of the same policy prescribes the mechanism to review ICANN's decisions regarding ccTLDs. The unit within ICANN that's responsible for making records on ccTLDs to the root, which is IANA, in accordance with its rules and procedures, takes the decision to delegate, to transfer, or even to revoke such a domain name. But one case is, until recently, has been without any regulation. So if they say the country protests against this decision, what should happen? So we are currently working to review that mechanism, and already by the end of the year, I expect the first version of this, or the first draft of this new revised policy to be submitted for consultations. And also there is this internal. In the last year, we developed and approved the ccNSO strategy. Here on the slide, you read strategy on one page. And I'm really glad that the document turned out to be really compact. It is indeed a one-page document which states the goal, the mission of ccNSO and its main lines of work, why this is such an important document for us at ICANN. One of the most actively discussed topics is prioritization. The organization and the community has a big portfolio of different projects and activities. There are a lot of recommendations, guidelines that have not yet been implemented. So we need to somehow sieve through all these activities. We need to understand what should go first, what can be postponed till later times. So a lot of time and effort was invested into dealing with this matter of prioritization. So now, since we have this clear-cut strategy, it will help ccNSO to determine its own priorities and decide what it should do and what is outside of its immediate sphere of interest. Then this year, ccNSO also approved its latest version of ccNSO rules. It's the first revision of the rules since 2011. This is an internal document that prescribes the decision-making. And another thing, at ccNSO, we started for the first time discussing such things as the conflict of interest and the statement of interest. Until now, we never had this topic on our agenda, but after reviewing the rules and having realized the need to ensure transparency in governance and alignment with the best international practices, ccNSO decided that it needs to tackle that matter as well. And during the last two ccNSO meetings, during the last two ICANN conferences, we also discussed the statement of interest and conflict of interest. I will stop here. On this slide, you will find the links from the last ICANN conference. If you couldn't attend the conference itself, maybe you'll be happy to review the proceedings afterwards, because the Tech Day was very, very interesting. Well, actually, I enjoyed all of this work. Well, thank you very much, Irina. Thank you for sharing with us the highlights of ccNSO's work. And I suggest that now we move to Asia-Pacific. Many registries of our region belong also to Asia Pacific. They are either associated members or direct members of this association. And I give the floor to Leonid Todorov now, the general manager of APTLD. I understand that you are getting ready for your conference in Oman. Around the 20th of October, right? Because as usual, like Murphy's Law, my internet connection started getting poor at the time when you gave me the floor. Anyway, I hope you can see me. It's a pity that I can't be there with you in person. We have lots of different news to share. With your permission, I will discuss just one topic. Since last ICANN's conference took place in the Asia-Pacific region, I want to remind you the ccTLDs of that region and some registrars as well. They are people who usually do not travel to ICANN's conferences for a variety of reasons, but what I mean to say really is that usually there is this big gap between ICANN's agenda and the awareness of this agenda among the members and communities in the Asia-Pacific. This is a serious matter. So I wanted to share with you today what we as the local association, regional association, what we do in order to bridge that gap. It's something that we witness at different events. If someone can read, that person usually tends to think that the skill of reading is enough to be a speaker at a conference because they can read the slides that they wrote, or to be a tutor at a training. But since we have to work with what we have, although we were not satisfied with that state of affairs, we decided, and since we were not satisfied with the state of affairs, we decided to focus on that particular side of our activities. We understand that it's not, this is not something that is taught at the universities. Another thing is, even if we engage a university professor to be a trainer, to be a tutor, even if he or she is a professor in IT, it's unlikely that that person would be knowledgeable about country code domains. So a couple of years ago, we organized a program for registries of Iraq and Oman, and it was a unique program. It was a training program on domain administration, on marketing, on technical issues. We brought together a dream team of trainers, and we made it happen. After that, we organized another event. We brought Afghanistan colleagues. At that time, the Afghanistan registry was still active, if not fully, but well, to some extent. We brought them to Uzbekistan, and we organized a joint program for .uz, Uzinfocom, and for the Ministry of Telecom of Afghanistan for the Afghanistan registry. And this also proved to be a good stimulus to continue these activities. Then COVID hit, and we realized that we wouldn't be able to organize any in-person events, face-to-face events. But fortunately, we found a solution. We started with a pilot project together with the University of Illinois in the United States, and we set up a marketing program or a program on marketing when we try to customize the pretty vague ideas of our membership in terms of what marketing in ccTLD should look like. We try to systematize their knowledge and understanding and to give them more, profound knowledge of marketing in ccTLD. After this program, we realized there was a need to prepare an even more in-depth program, which was done together with one of the leading private schools in the United States in Philadelphia. There, the curriculum was even more in-depth, like I said. We packaged the whole ccTLD agenda into one curriculum. And our membership took a lot of interest in that program, but since the many, we had this blind spot in the Pacific region. They were always ahead of any time for which a seminar or a workshop would be scheduled. So for them specifically, together with the Center for Cybersecurity of Oceania, we organized an express course. And for the first time, we got together the whole array of data from ICANN, from other sources. We brought together all kinds of data about the community's policy with respect to ccTLD. So all the documents, absolutely everything that pertains one way or another to ccTLD. So we prepared this express or flash course, a flash course on the subject. This proved to be extremely useful, and this gave a start really to a repository of different workshops, seminars, courses. So if anyone in the future, I mean any of our members in the future would like to get access to these recordings, they would get the access, they would be able to get the knowledge from the courses that they perhaps could not attend at the time when they were organized. I could be also describing how we did it, which format was used, how we tried to integrate interactivity into those courses, but how we had to take into account all the various cultural differences between the participating countries. But I have to say that we also need to develop the skills a while, and we managed to find a wonderful platform that marries different leading universities of the world. And on this platform, any representative of one of our 73 members at APTLD can find a course related to information communication technologies and internet. And having passed the course independently, it's an online course, right? You pass it, you pass the test, the final exam, and you can get a certificate from this or that university. You must agree that given this gap in education and access, limited access to education often, or unequal access to education, well, this is important. You can get certificates from, and this becomes available to any of our members. There is demand for this program. It is in the process of development. You can't just walk in and get such a course. You have to buy a certain package. But we are building up skills. We are building up the potential in our region. It means that there is still a long way to go. We believe that we have just started on the path, and we hope that along the journey, many of our members will better understand the ICANN's agenda, the CCNSO agenda, and if I live to see the day, I will probably also see when our countries dominate in the CCNSO's discussions around DNS policies. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, especially for your optimism. You have always been a very optimistic person. May I ask you one question? I am now looking at the APTLD's agenda at its upcoming meeting in Oman, and I do not remember seeing something like that for our events, for the domain names. I understand that in other industries you find that kind of section always, but it's for the first time that I'm seeing a session on sanctions in our sector. Do you really think that the pressure is so high you need to have a separate session on sanctions? Well, our region is unique, and we have a moral right to discuss these topics here. In the past, there were some abstract discussions at the sub-regional level in Taipei, but there at that session we had people who didn't have anything to do with country code registries that were sanctioned. They did not belong to the countries or registries that are sanctioning. So I think that, well, first of all, it was not my decision. It was the decision of the community, all right? And if there is demand, if there are registries that for several years, not just, not 1 year, they've been working for decades under serious sanctions, I think it's high time for us to have an open dialogue, a direct dialogue inside the community and decide whether this is serious, whether this is, significant for us. That's why we invited to this session the representatives of the internet community. And one of those people actually initiated a document suggesting that national domains be sanctioned, or suggesting the mechanism to sanction country code domains. So we try to bring together those who advocate for sanctions and those who potentially could be sanctioned, which is kind of an awkward situation. You see, given that internet is global and interconnected, and there is demand for this connectivity, it's an awkward situation. And again, we are talking just about the technical component of it. We want to have a non-politicized discussion. We want to keep it strictly business focused. I do not have an answer to your question. Maybe it will be an empty session, if you know what I mean. And we've seen sessions like that. There would be just empty talk. But since the community believes that the problem exists, and since the community wants to discuss it, APTLD, as part of its mission, is willing to give the community an opportunity for a discussion. Thank you very much. I would be very eager to see the outcomes from this session. Maybe Alexei Rogdev, General Director of
решение, понимание, что нужно делать в связи с тем, что мы-то безусловно серверы, понятно, купить.
The General Director of TCI Net
без них работать никак не может.
Has the answers.
Помимо обслуживания, системы регистрации реестров.
Well, we are servicing registries and registrars. And we are also called to ensure stable functioning of those institutions. We have been living in the paradigm of import substitution for years, but this year in particular posed this challenge anew. In the past, we tested different solutions in the field of import substitution. Our practice demonstrated that not all of the import substituted decisions are truly domestic. truly Russian, and the very idea of import substitution is well, it's a good one, but it's at the same time it's an eye opener for many. Not all of the technologies that are used in import substituted solutions are state of the art and the best. We In our practice, we only use the best to test them. We currently operate Elbrus CPU-based solutions, hardware, software, storage systems, and well, hardware and software from Russian vendors, including networking equipment. Not all of this equipment went through all of our strict tests. There is a short list, and we also have partners who help us. Together with them, we build a stack of technologies and of equipment, a target stack. We have this list defined, and in the last 2 years, we've been switching the infrastructure, and we've been switching our solutions to this stack. There is a program that aims to exit all of Oracle from our infrastructure. We started this initiative about 3 years ago, and that was the right choice. This year showed clearly that Oracle is willing to quickly leave its customers to their own devices. So I'm not sure whether Oracle can be considered a reliable partner, but we were ready for it, and much of Oracle has already been substituted by the beginning of this year, and now all the registers are being migrated from Oracle databases to freeware. The process has not been very smooth, I must admit. There have been, bumps on the road, but the teams are working hard and they're overcoming all the obstacles. Speaking about the challenges of the year, one of the challenges was personnel, HR, all the current events. And this is also actually related to information security. On the one hand, the whole infrastructure is under constant attacks. I can't say that we were spared, but the attacks aimed at us, were pretty neutral, if I may use the word. But the cost of personnel in the field of information security grew 3-4 times, and in general, IT experts today are more expensive. It's a big challenge. We do the best we can, given the circumstances. But generally speaking, it's very hard to find highly skilled staff in the market, and the skilled staff is expensive. Our company is stable in this respect. We do not have today we do not have any personnel turnover.
Чувствовать себя максимально уверенными, как
Current events.
Но при этом все команды, которые
they do not let people feel secure like they felt in the past years, but most of the people are taking it all in good spirit. In February and March, something that you must have noticed is that many of the Russian companies' certificates were revoked. And those companies were either with government participation or even without government participation. And the big giants like Oracle, for instance, they leave Russia and they leave their customers.
отказывают
to themselves, and certification centers also deny service to Russian national domains and Russian customers, and the revocation of certificates is a very acute issue, and I think that it will become even more acute in the near future.
При этом вот то, что мы наблюдали
What we've been seeing between February and July this year,
в основном раньше были достаточно центры.
in the past,
Let's Encrypt
certifying centers, Let's Encrypt, for instance, they have the maximum share.
сразу после
But
всех событий
after all the events at the start of the year, around March,
стало заметно, как
you could see how about 83 to 82% in .ru and 92% in all ccTLDs, or the ccTLDs that we maintain.
ну, скажем так,
The biggest shrinkage,
удостаивающие центры, выдающие
well, there were big certifying centers, important certifying centers that catered to Russia, and you could see how their share was shrinking. We wanted to thank Global Sign
сильно уходят из России.
for not leaving Russia that fast, but the trend is there.
Тренд виден.
But the trend is there. It's visible, and most likely they will be cutting their programs short. So that's one of the challenges. It's one of the risks that we could foresee in the past.
Начало прошлого года
From the start of last year, we've been developing our own software for certification centers. The main objective was to provide services to corporate clients at first, to use these certificates for their internal infrastructure. And at the end of last year, we started thinking that maybe the software could be promoted to a global level. We were planning to do certified by. It's not like we to be audited by COFORM. The plans, we still have these plans, but the procedure is very long. It takes about 2 years to get certified by COFORM. We have run an internal audit, a self-audit, and we also based on COFORM's documentation. And the TLS certification. We started this year a TLS certification center for Russian users.
Мы используем наравне с ECDSA
Together with ECDSA, we also use encryption algorithms from the state standard, the GOST. You can register with us and get yourselves these certificates and see them for yourselves. Most of the functions are automated. Well, everything that could be automated is already automated. And a couple of days ago, we started supporting a certificate transparency log for Yandex and ВКонтакте. It means that Yandex and ВКонтакте can be external auditors for the certificates. So in addition to the log that we publish on the website, there are two independent parties whose labels, Yandex and ВКонтакте, whose labels are on the certificate as well. The main problem of any PKI is trust to the root, and our root certificate is not anywhere, is not present anywhere apart from the locations where it can be placed, manually by hand. But again, the current situation and potential threat of the certificates revocation is present. No one knows what Let's Encrypt is going to do eventually, but we are trying to be ready for that eventuality. We have a plan to issue certificates in the near future for S-MIME, confirming the sender of of an email. One of the big problems today is phishing mail.
Скажем так, тренировок своих
And we launched a program to train our own staff on information security. It's clear that phishing mail works. It's efficient. So it seems that those certificates that will confirm the validity of the authenticity of an email address should be popular.
вот этой экосистемы PKI,
Complete substitution of PKI system
сертификатов для подписи
will include also the code signing certificates.
там, мы не оставили
Well, they should include the code signing certificates.
создание корпоративного центра
And
сертификатов.
we're still thinking about a corporate center
Если вернуться
of certification.
доменам, то
We have not
хочется отметить, что
declined those plans.
21
Generally speaking, the trends from 21%. There is seasonality, but the zone is not falling too hard. So the industry today is alive.
даже вот последний тренд
Even this last trend of August and September, you can say that it's positive, which is good news.
индустрия,
If
интернет-индустрия начнет падать,
the internet industry starts falling, we will see it also at the domain level. I also forgot to mention that one of our tasks in terms of the certification center was to try and not use any external libraries or software on which we could become dependent. So all certification software we coded ourselves from scratch. Thank you very much. I know that there is little time, but if you have questions, I'll take them. Yes, we do have questions.
Не остались равнодушными вот в чате.
You were talking about IT people, personnel, staff. Have your center TCI been affected by partial mobilization? Well, you see, TCI Net is an organization in the field of IT which is accredited at the Ministry of Digital Development. We wanted to thank the Minister, Maksud Shadayev, for doing everything he could to safeguard the industry. Just like other companies in the same category, we send the lists of our staff. Yes, along the procedure that the government suggested we follow. So I hope. Well, we have not yet been affected by partial mobilization. I hope that we will not be affected by partial mobilization. Okay, it's clear. Thank you very much. And once again, thank you very much. TCI.net and Moscow Internet Exchange. So now turn to Evgeny Morozov. Well, there was a change. Usually, remember, Elena was the representative of MSK-IX. Elena Pavlovna is the advisor to the organization now, but now MSK-IX is headed by Evgeny Morozov. Evgeny, we can see you and we can hear you. Oh, that's great. Okay, I'm going to share the slides. 1 second. Can you see the slides? Yes, yeah, your slides are on the screen. Excellent. So very quickly, I wanted to say a couple of words about the news from MSK-IX. The changes that took place in the last year, the changes that were noticeable and that are aligned with the market for a long time. MSK-IX, well, rather, a long time ago, MSK-IX stopped being just a traffic exchange site. For the past several years, we've been transforming ourselves into a provider of platform services. We have 4 platforms: IX, the classic IP traffic exchange. Then there is the platform of DNS. DNS is the three letters that I don't need to explain at this conference, I'm sure. Our third platform is media logistics, delivery of the TV channels broadcast. It's a very popular media service today. It's developing quite rapidly, and Internet is the fourth platform in our portfolio, and this is the platform to provide telecom services. We provide reliable access to clouds, to service providers, to DDoS protection service providers in particular. And Internet is also used for IP transit, point-to-point. We also provide professional services. The registries can get data escrow and bureau services from us, and there are also accompanying services related to the placement of equipment that is relevant or specific for each of our platforms. As to the results of 2021 and 2022, the cumulative traffic at IXs, MSK IXs, reached 5.3 terabit per second. We all noticed the changes in the traffic because of February events. The composition of participants and the content and the resources that used to work actually in the Russian Federation is changing. We also noticed that many services left Russia, and those that affected traffic the most, those who removed their nodes from Russia, well, I'd say the biggest impact was produced by Microsoft, Netflix, well, and several others. Of course, the landscape of the traffic changed too, but these services in any case are available, but the traffic to these services passes via global providers and international telecom channels and the global internet. But when some place is vacated, it is soon occupied. It means that Russian content resources saw the opportunity and started developing very fast. We also noticed that we saw that there was a different workload on the connection ports to MSK-IX. More clients that used to work in international clouds are now switching to Russian clouds. They are trying to consolidate their traffic inside Russia. As to media services, same changes are taking place. More and more clients begin to use Russian content resources and Russian media services. This is very visible to us whenever we look at the workloads on the ports, the client's ports. Traffic is changing, the process is global, and the role of traffic exchanges as a technical entity is very important. And we feel that mission to localize the traffic inside Russia and to cut down the latencies. Customers and end users are all interested in the shortest latencies possible. One of the most popular topics this year that everyone discusses is security. More and more clients complain that the number of DDoS attacks is growing. MSK-IX this year began to provide services to, say, organize closed peering groups, which is a very popular service. It's becoming more and more popular. They day after day, the user need to exchange traffic, at the same time remaining outside of the perimeter of any DDoS attacks. For every peering group, for these purposes, we would dedicate a route server. It's possible to use L2 channels to connect to these route servers from any city. This way we ensure independence and isolation from internet traffic in the open internet, and this makes the whole arrangement secure in terms of DDoS attacks. Usually those closed peering groups would have a chief administrator, and usually access to the peering groups needs to be agreed either with this administrator or other participants. It's a closed community that ensures high resilience and exchange of traffic only between the stakeholders of this group. Many of you know that MSKIX administers a global distributed DNS cloud, a cloud of DNS servers. This cloud is used by registries and top-level domains .ru and .rf, as well as .kids, Deti, Tatары, Tatars, and other services also use this infrastructure. So in this context, this year, we launched a new service, Anycast DNS. Anycast DNS focuses more on corporate clients. In the last several months, we have recorded a growth in demand for this service. And I believe that the main driver for this demand is, again, security. More corporate clients begin to think more about the DNS security. MSKIX provided DNS security for many years as for the government customers and top-tier customers, but now this service is available also for all corporate clients. Well, I believe that's everything that I wanted to brief you on today. MSKIX is making progress. We are a center that helps accelerate traffic that passes through the networks and that takes care of its customers' security. Thank you. Thank you very much, Evgeny. Well, many people knew you from MSKIX work. Well, it's a pity, again, we are not as offline as we used to be. It would be wonderful to have you here with us. Hopefully next year the conference will be fully offline and face-to-face. Now I'd like to invite Maria Kolesnikova from ccTLD to take the floor. When we say Maria's name, we mean universal acceptance, don't we? We know, Maria is the ambassador for IDNs and universal acceptance. Maria, over to you. Yes, hello everyone. Well, I wanted to start with some good news. I'll remind you that today, the 30th of September, is the day of the Internet. So I congratulate everyone on the day, on this festive day. And I wish everyone that our internet stays stable and interconnected. We begin as usual with key ccTLD statistics. Over here you see the numbers on our two domains. In general, The performance is quite stable in terms of the number of domain names in use, renewal rates. Given the current situation, there will be a redistribution, and now in .rf, the number of registrations is higher than in .ru. So I think that this is due to redistribution and reorientation of many businesses to the internal market. Our work to support the development of internationalized domain names and internationalized mail as well is becoming more relevant. Those who are switching to IDN domains to promote their services and their online businesses also need this support and high-quality services. I'll remind you that universal acceptance, for those of you who are not familiar with the term, well, in any case, let's refresh our memory, all of us. Universal acceptance means that all domain names and all email addresses are treated equally, and they get the same treatment in all software applications. That includes IDNs, domain names and email addresses, and ASCII domain names, top-level domain names that consist of more than 3 symbols, 3 digits. And in some software, there are still certain glitches whenever they see a very long ASCII domain name. We started the process around 2011, I'd say, and we started with ourselves. Our registry uses IDN domains for our own projects, and as regular users, we first test the user experience related to IDNs and internationalized email addresses. Last year, support of Cyrillic email addresses and IDNs was implemented at CMS Bittrex and Communicate Pro. CMS Bittrex is CMS for site management systems, and Communicate Pro is the company that provides email services on a turnkey basis. So we ensured Cyrillic email addresses and domain names at our own corporate website, at our own projects, our own mail, and now we can use Cyrillic email addresses in our work quite easily. We are currently fine-tuning the support of these addresses in the ticketing system, and we hope that with the help of TCI.net, after they complete the migration of the register to freeware, so together with our technical partner, we'll be able to also implement this support in the registration system. We also work with IDNs like steadily, but we still have some issues with servicing the clients who already operate Cyrillic email addresses. In 2020, we also launched a special service. It's called «Поддерживаю РФ», I support RF. Since universal acceptance applies to IDNs and email addresses in the software, the main target audience for us are developers of software and system administrators that are responsible for selecting the organization software and setting it up. So we accumulate all relevant information that could help these people and to simplify all internal processes, to provide them with answers to the questions that they might be facing in their work. I mean, again, the software developers and system administrators, whenever they have to perform some corporate tasks. So again, we continue supporting this project. We continue collecting standards and documents. There are trainings on best practices, both domestic and international, on internationalized identifiers. There is a test platform which we launched together with one of our largest registrars, reg.ru. The developers can get test email addresses in Cyrillic to test their products in terms of how well they work with those identifiers. As the national registry, we also drafted a document. It's a pretty short document, easy to read, which contains all the key requirements that the software must meet in order to provide high-quality support to internationalized email addresses and domain names. It's a set of recommendations. You can find them at поддерживаю.рф website. We collect specialists. The document is based on best practices and state-of-the-art standards. And also to have the technical people, we try to regularly organize workshops, hackathons, and trainings where people study theory, where they can do some practical exercises in order to understand the nuances of internationalization better, because those nuances really are quite intricate, and not many people are aware of them, and they need some in-depth discussions around them. Our experience tells us that in this area, much is being done already. The specialists can find the necessary documents themselves, basically, but it's still important to explain all of this to the business owners, programs, online services, websites. Those people also need to be reminded of the need to implement Cyrillic support in their solutions so that they would not forget to include that particular item into the specifications that they give to the technical people. We specialize mainly in Cyrillic internet identifiers, and we cooperate also with international projects such as the IDN World Report. It's the project that gathers information on these aspects at the global level, and we will definitely not stop doing this work. The research often brings to the light certain interesting cases when websites would have .ref domains for their addressing, but they are not supporting Cyrillic email addresses, for instance. Or some resources even prohibit, technically, there is a technical ban on entering Cyrillic symbols in the field where you have to enter your email. In our practice, again, we have to work along several fronts, like we have to work with technical people, with the government, and also with the end users, those who are using Cyrillic domains like .moskva, .deti, in .su, Cyrillic registration, second-tier registration is also available. So we are mindful of the challenges that the end users may come across, and we also develop recommendations for them, trying to explain how they can overcome or a list of software that already supports internationalized domain names and email. We have a service where users can file their complaints, or you can, file a complaint about a particular product, and then we'll get in touch with the developer of this product and provide them with technical recommendations on how to improve the product. And also there are services to test your mail systems. Test at поддерживай.rf is one of such test emails, which will send an automatic reply. If you write from your email address to this test address, you should be receiving an automatic reply from our service. If you get the response, then your mail service is capable of working with Cyrillic email addresses. And of course, we do not work alone. We also cooperate with colleagues at the regional level, and there will be presentations later from the members of or rather, we are a member of a regional group, so our colleagues, our counterparts, we coordinate with them our activities, we share our experience, and we learn from them. Definitely, we adopt the best practices from other countries, and we share with them our best cases. Together, we drafted recommendations for software developers on how to implement support for non-ASCII characters in domain names and email addresses deployment in software. We also prepared recommendations for tender documentation for software procurement for state and municipal needs. All these documents are available in Russian, Armenian, and English, in 3 languages, so that our regional community could use those documents at the local level. And we are getting ready for the Universal Acceptance Day. USG and ICANN announced that the 16th of February next year will be the Universal Acceptance Day. Hopefully, at the regional level, we'll be able to host thematic activities in support of this movement. And of course, we continue being present at various regional and local fora with presentations on universal acceptance. At the global level, a lot of work is being done. USG is the main working group at the global level that studies, investigates software around the world and identifies the deficiencies that exist today in terms of support of IDNs and internationalized identifiers. ICANN, we know that universal acceptance is part of the 5-year strategic plan. And at the last ICANN conference, the 75th ICANN conference, 2 drafts were presented. The universal acceptance roadmap for domain name registry and registrar systems. There, the colleagues studied the most popular software for registries and registrars and the level of support for universal acceptance within, and also a survey tool that supports implementation of email address internationalization in top-level domains. It has its own methodology. Too little time. If you're interested, please come back to me later. And I should also mention here the work carried out by APTLD. This Association of Asia Pacific TLDs pays a lot of attention to universal acceptance agenda. They developed recommendations for national registries on how to adopt, how to integrate universal acceptance into national systems. It's a very detailed paper which was based on the inputs from the community, the workshops. We also contributed our registries, colleagues from Armenia and other registries also contributed to these workshops. And at the APTLD 82, they will have an internationalized email session specifically. If you're interested, please join this session. And also, the Internet Governance Forum, the global IGF, is also very much focused on universal acceptance. It's included into meaningful access and connectivity, a stream of work. And for 3 years in a row, IGF is going to have a universal acceptance session. Thank you very much. I'll stop there. Thank you, Masha. Thank you so much. We need to speed up because we still have many speakers ahead, but the time is very short. Let's see what our colleagues, the registries, national domain registries, are doing right now. And I'd like to give the floor to UZ Infocom representative Azizbek Kadyrov. And thank you very much, colleagues, by the way, that last year you were the hosts of Tldcon. Over to you.
Добрый день, коллеги, меня слышно?
Hello, colleagues, can you hear me? Yes, we can see you and hear you loud and clear. Okay, very well. I'll start sharing the slides in a second.
Вам видно?
How about now? Can you see the slides?
Видим, да.
Yeah, everything is fine.
Еще раз здравствуйте.
Very good. So once again, hello. I'm from .uz.
Делали промоутинг и
We want to say a couple of words about how we did promotion and of .uz in Uzbekistan. I'm sure I don't need to explain what DNSSEC is. The technology itself was implemented in our domain zone last year to celebrate 26 years of .uz.
на экране стоит
The numbers that you see on the screen in order to implement this technology.
технология DNSSEC.
DNSSEC in Uzbekistan is provided via our platform. You can find more at dnssec.uz. You know that it's pretty
Для того, чтобы домен был защищен по технологии DNSSEC.
straightforward. The end users generate keys that they share with the registrars, and then via our platform, the registrars publish the signed keys on our website at dnssec.uz. So nothing new there. But let me explain how we promoted this technology in our country.
Внедрить эту технологию среди регистраторов. Мы разработали
To make the technology popular among the registrars, we built the platform.
веб-интерфейс, так и через
You can get access to it via a web interface and also via API.
переписывать свои биллинг-системы.
We didn't want the registrars to rewrite, recode their billing systems. They can use our web interface if they want to, but if they want to integrate DNSSEC via API, then this opportunity is also available to them.
Наша платформа также предоставляет возможность
Our platform
пользователей
also gives certain opportunities to end users. They can download a browser extension for Google Chrome and Mozilla Firefox. In the browser itself, you'll be able to see what domain is signed, and if it's signed, then you'll find more information. It will show you more, display more information on this signature.
является одним из 3 магазинов.
This extension is one of the 3 extensions in the Google Store as featured or recommended. It means that it's aligned with the latest Google Chrome standards.
Наша платформа предоставляет
Our platform also provides a visualization tool.
Вы, возможно, знаете, есть вот такой open source проект.
You know, there is an open source project called DNS Wizard
Начиная от самого
that visualizes the signing process, starting from the root all the way to the second or third tier domain. And if there are any errors in the process, the users will be able to see where is the bottleneck and how it can be fixed.
Теперь, если говорить о том, как мы делали промоутинг,
Promotion.
пришли к выводу, что необходимо начать именно
We resolved that we should start with registrars.
регистраторов, объясняли им, что это
So we began with the registrars. We explained to them what DNSSEC was, how one used it, and how our platform can be used in order to sell this technology to the users. We organized online trainings directly to demonstrate to them the capabilities of our platform.
Также мы не оставили без внимания и социальные сети, то есть мы делали публикации.
We also had publications on social media. We made videos to promote the technology.
Если говорить коротко о цифрах, то на данный момент
In terms of statistics, today about 110,000 second-level domains are registered in .uz. We have 26 registrars, and currently about 20, well, not about 20 names are signed using DNSSEC technology.
Итак, чего мы достигли за вот
What did we achieve in a year and a half?
наши будущие планы? Это
And which plans do we have?
количество доменов.
Well, we plan to sign as many names in .uz as possible. We decided
Возможно, для того,
that
чтобы
in order
продавать
to
технологии,
sell DNSSEC,
можно более известных. То есть мы снимаем специальный ролик.
we should raise awareness of this technology. Again, we make videos which you can find at dnssec.uz. And we understand that we need to be constantly in contact with the registrars, because it's the registrars that work with the end users, and they are the ones that provide this service to the end users.
Разработка технологий CDNS.
We also plan to have the CDNSK technology integrated. The registrars will be able, without web services, just by publishing DNS keys on their web servers, they will be able to assign domain zones.
Также мы на данный момент пришли к тому выводу, что для того, чтобы пользователи пользовались технологией DNSSEC,
We also know that for the users to use DNSSEC, it must be free. Or rather, it must be a payable service. If we make it free, the users will not appreciate the service. It will not be seen as or perceived as valuable as it would be if it were payable. 20 domains are registered. The number is not very high, like I said. Probably this is because the registrars have not yet integrated the API, and some of the registrars do not yet have the opportunity to sign the domains on their servers. And for this, very soon we'll be providing a special service, which is called DNS Service Parking. It will support the signing, and at this platform they will be able to transfer domains of their users to DNSSEC support. We plan that this service will be free. The registrars will be able to use the DNS parking free of charge.
вот коротко все. В принципе, если у вас есть
That's it from me. If you have any questions, if you would like to discuss
сервисы, вы можете
our services, here are the contact details. That's where you can find us.
Думаю, что еще в тех-
Very well, thank you very much. I think that we can also discuss this during the technical session, and that this is useful experience for many registries and registrars. And now let's contact our colleagues from the Serbian registries. Please welcome Dejan Drukic.
Вам слово.
Over to you.
Good morning. I'll share my screen for a second. So is it okay, the presentation?
Мы видим.
Just a second, it's not responding. Oh, it's okay now. So, good morning, everyone. I am Dejan Đukić, CEO of Serbian ccTLD. We are running two top-level domains, .rs and Cyrillic SRB. We were presenting this conference a couple of years ago, and in the meantime, we had several projects. So I choose to report three of those projects that are relatively new. First of them that I would like to mention is our new visual identity. We had the bidding among several design studios from Serbia, and process took around half a year. Then we started with the implementation, and there are still a few things that we had to finish and to implement, but most of that transfer is finished so far. In practice, that is called debranding. So it's some marketing term, and that is when you had a new visual identity that has less details than previous one. It is more simple than actual previous one. Here is the view solution and color scheme that we will implement, and we are implementing in our most materials and web pages. That's just it is just the initial solution that can be developed and implement and improved in many ways. Besides that project, we had a big cybersecurity research that we started previous year, and we presented that on our annual conference in March this year. Researching held at the end of the last year, trend of internet use in Serbia growing, and that users are fairly well informed about security risks, but still they are expecting to someone taking care about their security, and they are expecting from platforms to protect them. Also, surveys showed that almost 20% of users didn't make any sort of backup, which is not good, and 40 users with computers and 30% of users of mobile phones accessed with their devices directly without any protection in place, and that is quite big field, a big amount of users that had to be more educated, and in the future we have idea to initiate some local stakeholders. Today we had a lot of talks and mention about universal acceptance and IDN, and we had also one project to report which is based on these issues. Last year we organized our first IDN who is hackathon. It was in September last year. It was completely online event because still in this moment we're unstable situation with COVID. A hackathon was supported by ICANN, Universal Acceptance Steering Group. There were 10 teams chosen by jury, and they had opportunity to compete within 48 hours. The main task was to create mobile application that offers answers about free or registered domain names around the world. We choose 10 TLDs because quite bigger list would be hard to develop in this short time of 48 hours. And besides few Latin domain names, we also choose few IDNs from gTLDs and especially our .srb in Cyrillic. Since the hackathon was held completely online, member teams had to cooperate virtually, and jury checked every 12 hours how the processing is going, and there were several conference callings without phone or the other service. Most important goal of this event was actually communication with local community, especially with that technical and academic part that is not that aware about universal acceptance and IDN. And we believe that with this event, we made this topic at least a little bit more familiar and more close to these communities. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Спасибо большое, идея. Ну, вообще, мы только
Thank you very much, Dayan.
с Марией о том, что вот hackathon
We have just been talking to Maria, and she said that hackathon was an excellent way to engage people in a certain activity, and you already have this experience. We would be very happy to learn more about that experience, and I think that can be copied in various countries of the world. I mean, we have hackathons, but we never had a hackathon on IDNs, so that's an amazing initiative, great idea. And now let's turn to Armenia. I would like to give the floor to Ani Karhanyan from the Armenian ccTLD. Yes, hello, colleagues, and thank you very much for inviting me here. It's my 10th Tldcon, and I have always insisted that it was a brilliant conference. It is so friendly, it is so informative, it is so interactive. Only benefits, no harm comes out of this conference. And Armenia participated in Tldcon's 11 times. I did not prepare any slides for this talk, so please bear with me. First of all, the number of domain names is growing in the country steadily. It's interesting, when the times are hard for the country, you may think the number of domain names should be declining or the registrations should be freezing, but no, the numbers are constantly growing. For many registries, it may, the numbers may sound ridiculous, but we are proud that we have already crossed the threshold of 40,000 registrations. For us, it's a real breakthrough. And another thing, if in 2007 we had a big breakthrough when domains would be registering from China very actively, but now 58.5% of all registrations proceed from Armenia. They originate in Armenia. It means that this is a conscientious registration, if you will. People are aware of what they are doing. Colleagues ask me, my friends ask me, why do you have registrations from Belgium or Portugal or Africa? Why would people want to register AM domains in those countries? But GoDaddy, for instance, if they can find a free registration for their country in a particular area, in a particular zone, they can register with us. So it's we are a convenient registration residence. We also have good news that now we have a lot of domains from certain districts, from certain provinces. You may look at the registration location and think, well, this is such a remote village. How come they know? They know about this possibility to register, but the spread of the internet is expanding, and we'll need to thank internet service providers for bringing internet to the remotest locations everywhere. The number of registrars is also going up. We have 72 registrars in the country. It's interesting to know that some registrars also open subsidiary registrars. For instance, a subsidiary to contact resellers specifically or for some other purposes. Out of 74 registrars, only 18 at the moment have only one domain registered, but we are in active communication with registrars, and we try to bring to them all the news from the internet so that they would not only be in the business of making money, but we tell them about universal acceptance. We provide an update on internationalized emails, universal acceptance, and such. As Masha has already noted, from day one when the regional group was established, Armenia joined that group, and I mean the regional group on universal acceptance. We are an active member of this community, and we try to, well, actually, people believe, and there's a good reason why people believe that universal acceptance cannot develop just through the efforts of professionals, technical people, registrars. Universal acceptance will develop better if there is massive awareness. If universal acceptance is not in demand, if no one needs universal acceptance, what else could I add? Our colleague from Uzbekistan brought in the topic of DNSSEC. It's been, I think, 8 years. Yes, I believe it's 8 years that we've been providing DNSSEC, but I must admit that only 145 domains are using DNSSEC. But all of the government, for instance, all of the government domains are signed with DNSSEC. But again, the more we explain, the more we promote, the better is the acceptance and the feedback. Security is very, very important. Once again, recently, say we've seen a decrease in the number of hacked news domains. It means that less attacks probably means better security. Yes, all registries say that there is an increase in the number of registrars everywhere. Let's hear from RUCenter, Andrei Kuzmichov. What about you? RUCenter is one of the largest registrars. Hi, everyone. 2022. Well, it's not over yet. The show hasn't ended yet, but let's see what we have already witnessed. I'd say that one of the major events this year was that now RUCenter and Reg.ru have a shared shareholder. We have a reliable partner now that will enable us to establish dialogue with all stakeholders. Another thing, we talk to our clients and to our international partners. In general, looking at everything that's been happening since February, I'd say that what we witness is global cooperation of the industry under the pressure put onto them by local governments. We are in touch with all international partners, and they say, yes, everything that happens in the Ukraine is terrible, is absolutely atrocious, but we are we're businesses and we work for our users. We see that Russian domains, new ccTLD, Moskva, Дети Tatars, they are not registered by foreign registrars, but the business continues even under pressure. Despite the pressure from the local governments, we also experienced financial sanctions that were imposed on Russia. And they are double-sided, in fact, because problems with payments affect Russian registrars towards foreign registers and non-resident clients towards Russian registrars. Again, until now, we managed to stabilize the situation. We are managing, and we organized money flows in all directions. What Mr. Rogdev said on the subject of certificates, Commercial Certifying Center DigiCert stopped any operations in Russia, and de facto in Russia we have 2 foreign certifiers, Let's Encrypt and Global Sign. We want to thank Global Sign for staying a reliable partner. There were serious delays in issuing the certificates, but together with the colleagues in the Russian office and with the Japanese headquarters, we managed to automate the process of the certificate recipient, and again, we managed to stabilize the situation. We talked to virtually all certifying centers accredited by COFORM, and all American European certifying centers. They told us unambiguously that they were not ready to work with Russia. As to Asia and the Pacific, there either a certifying center does not have an opportunity to work with resellers, with partners, or the certifying center says, yes, we are ready and we are willing, but we are afraid of secondary sanctions. That's why we are not going to. So having a national or national certifying centers is a welcome step. The market should be broad, it should be competitive, so we welcome the initiative of the TCI net. Marketing contracts for us as a registrar for TLD registries, they stay, they stay operational. So once again, politics to one side, business to the other side. And we saw a decrease in spam registrations and phishing, or rather an increase in spam registrations and phishing registrations from the territory of Ukraine. Oh, no, sorry, there was a decrease in spam registrations from Ukraine this year. We saw a decrease in new registrations as well, up to 20%, mostly from non-residents, from partners who are not residents. There was, last week when partial mobilization was announced in Russia, there was another there was another drop in those registrations. Now let's talk about a unified system of identification and also authentication. I guess that's Gosuslugi, that's e-government of Russia. So identification of registrants via e-government. At the presently, we are completing the test connection of RU Center to this mechanism. We are completing our test with e-government, and the ccTLD also set up a working group to change the rules. Its work is also about to be completed, and we expect that in the autumn session of the Russian parliament, relevant legislation will be adopted. After that, we will be launching the new mechanism. We'll discuss the results of this experiment in a year's time as to how the registrant will be able to connect via e-government. The main steps of this process are the threats model should be updated, and this model should be agreed with the FSB, the Federal Security Service of Russia. Then the regulator, be it the FSB or the Ministry of Digital Development, it should give their consent to be connected to e-government. After that, personal data should be secured on the registrant part, registrar's part via using Russian encryption means, and after that, a secure channel should be established to e-government using KV2 type of class signature, which is wonderful. It's wonderful that it's KV2, not KV1. The requirements are less stringent, but still they're severe enough, and they provide good security. Andrei, yes, thank you very much. We've been discussing this here with other panelists in the studio. There is something that you said, the pressure of the regulators. So speaking about regulators, let's give the floor to Roskomnadzor, Yuri Kiselyov, the regulator. In the last year, the registries, several registries in Russia, and the registrars, more than 120 registrars in Russia, have achieved a new level in cooperation with Roskomnadzor as one of the coordination center among the founders. So, we do not have Yuri Kiselyov online. Oh, all right. Well, since we are already very much behind our own schedule, let's start our next legal session, and it will be moderated by Sergei Kapolov, Deputy Director for Legal Matters of ccTLD.ru. Let's start at 12:05, 12:10. We want you to have a little bit more time to get yourselves a cup of coffee. So please stay tuned.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good day, dear colleagues. Please make yourselves comfortable. Welcome to the legal section at Tldcon. This is a traditional meeting within Tldcon. We discuss matters related to copyright relations between registrars, registries, and registrants on legal issues and similar matters. I will introduce to you the speakers that we assembled for the panel. And oh, by the way, thank you very much, everyone, for agreeing to come here to share your experience. We have with us Ekaterina Stepanova, a lawyer with .ru.rf, Ekaterina Kalinicheva, head of copyright protection practice with Semenov and Pevsner law firm, Marina Samartsova, lawyer with Rybalkin, Gorsusian, Dyakin and Partners, Alina Akitsina, online patent lawyer, and Andrei Alexeychuk, copyright lawyer with Kashkin and Partners. But we would like to start this session with some opening remarks from Yuri Kiselyov of Roskomnadzor. I would like to welcome the participants of the international conference and to thank the Coordination Center of .rf.ru for hosting this event. The conference is an important activity where delegates can discuss relevant matters of domain space regulation. .ru is in the top 5 largest domain areas in the world. I'd like to thank Coordination Center for its efficient work. ccTLD.ru is the registry of top-level domains .ru and .rf. The contribution to the improvement of the legislation has always been very valuable. In Russia, there is good communication between the regulator and the industry, as represented by various stakeholders. We work together in order to ensure stability and resilience of the domain name system registrations and to counter all kinds of abuse and fraud online. This conference is a good platform for the registries and registrars to exchange their experience. We'd like to wish everyone productive work and a lot of efficient decisions. Thank you. Mr. Kiselyov, thank you very much for being with us. And yes, I can only confirm that Roskomnadzor has been our long-standing partner. They are always ready with their advice, and the representatives of Roskomnadzor, including Mr. Kiselyov, are active members of various task forces and working groups that discuss matters of legislation and regulation. Once again, thank you very much for your participation in the conference. Yes, thank you. And now we will turn to the agenda of our session. All speakers are practicing lawyers. It means that we will be able to learn from them not just theory, but rather practical, professional information. I'd like to give the floor of Ekaterina Stepanova, the lawyer of ccTLD.ru.rf. Ekaterina? Hello, colleagues, and thank you very much for attending the Tldcon's 2022 legal section. It is a big honor for me to be speaking during this panel. Let's start.
О чем мы сегодня будем говорить? Вообще я так.
What is the topic of today's discussion?
Сегодня я буду выступать с темой электронная переписка как доказательство.
I am going to talk to the topic email as evidence, theory and practice. So we will review quickly the theory of the subject matter. I will not spend a lot of time in order to understand what email is, what status it has in the legislation. After that, we will move on to practical aspects of presenting email in courts, and we will also touch upon the legal risks of a situation when a party wants to
Хотя казалось бы, что это очень просто сделать скриншот, суд примет материалом дела.
Present email in courts. You may think that all it takes is a screenshot, but in fact, it's not that simple. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ekaterina Stepanova. I am the lawyer of the ccTLD.ru.rf. And starting with the first item on our agenda, the theory, you may wonder why I decided to speak today about email. Well, regardless of your specialization, your profession, procedure is very important, not only for lawyers, but also for other professions. And email, electronic correspondence, given that today we tend to communicate primarily online via messengers and email, electronic correspondence is an important component in the communication of counterparties. In theory, the Civil Procedure Code states that the information received from clarifications of witnesses, written and property evidence, audio and video recordings, and expert opinions are all treated as evidence. The Civil Procedure Code has an exhaustive list of evidence types, and court practice also proves that electronic correspondence is used in courts as evidence. In 2016, the Criminal Procedure Code was amended, and now written evidence is any information about the situation. I will not read everything that's written on the slide. It's quite a detailed definition. In the Administrative Procedure Code, the list of evidence is an open list because it ends with other documents and materials. The provisions of the Administrative Procedure Code also copies this second procedure from provision from the Civil Procedure Code. Basically, in the course of arbitrage in civil courts, electronic communication is admitted as evidence. I also wanted to dwell on the notion of the characteristics of evidence. It's an important indicator. It is an important feature that allows you to decide on whether you can use particular material as evidence. One of the features is relevance and pertinence. Well, relevance it confirms that the parties are pertinent to this correspondence that is presented as evidence, and also admissibility. Admissibility is yet another feature of any evidence. But let's start with relevance first. Can we determine the circumstances, the numbers of the telephone numbers from which the messages were sent, or the email address from which the correspondence was carried out, or accounts in the messengers or in the cloud platforms. Can we make sure? How can we make sure that it's the email address or a messenger or an account that belongs to the defendant or to the claimant? Every time we need to put ourselves in the shoes of both parties, and if we want to add a particular piece of electronic correspondence, but we will not be able to prove that it is relevant or pertinent to a particular party, then probably we should not be including that correspondence into our case. Over here on the slide, you can see the various cases that I'm listing from court practice that will provide you more information on that particular aspect of evidence. What are the ways to append a particular piece of evidence to the case? What are our approaches? Well, first of all, we again begin with precedent, with court practice, and we need to understand how courts interpret the administrative and the civil procedure code. The first way to introduce into evidence is contract. What do I mean when I say contract? A contract. Every contract has terms and conditions. The parties want to enter into a contract. It's not like the lawyer joins the case when the parties are already in court. No. While you are negotiating the initial contract, and it's something that you should do in all circumstances, the parties, I think, should enter into the contract as one of the provisions that they can exchange information under this contract using messengers and email. What is the best way for the parties to communicate? Is it a messenger or is it an email? I will try to give an answer to this question from my point of view a bit later, but now let's turn back to the provisions of the code or of the contract, which should also include contact details of the contractual party. And the contact details of that person, in addition to the contact details of that person, the contract should also name the authorities of that person. And also the notice of delivery. I will explain what the notice of delivery is again a little bit later. The condition of the contract. For instance, the contract between the parties cannot be entered into via email. If you interpret this provision of the contract, then the court usually believes that if the parties did not have this provision in their initial contract, the courts will not admit email as evidence in the dispute between the parties. However, I believe that this is an outdated approach. Recently, court practice has changed. We have seen cases when, in a situation when the parties had in their contract this provision, even if the contract says that the parties cannot enter into contractual relations using email, they would still admit emails as evidence in a trial. Contact details. You have to identify the name, the position of the authorized person, the authorities of that person, and you must also indicate a specific email address in the contract. It's not enough to say in the contract that electronic correspondence is possible and you will be, as parties, exchanging messages using email. It's best if you secured your positions and you would enter a specific email address into the contract. And thirdly, the contract should contain the number or the list of questions or matters that can be discussed or settled via email. Delivery notice. What is it? Not all email systems have it. But in Microsoft Outlook, for instance, you have this option, a delivery notice. One person sends out an email, and the system will then send back an automatic reply confirming delivery of that message. And courts tend to agree that that message is evidence and can confirm the fact of correspondence between the parties. Over here, I'm quoting from one of the cases. Another way to incorporate email or correspondence into a case.
Что нужно делать, какие электронные действия, и в судебной практике показывается, что
this second approach is implicative conduct, implied action. The courts tend to rule that if a party receives an email, by responding to this email, the party agrees to what is written in the original email. The third way to admit electronic correspondence to a case is normal business practice or custom, the customary business practice. For instance, if the parties did not agree on a particular means of exchanging information, the defendant chose a particular means of communication, and the court believes that email is a timely and a convenient and a reliable way to transfer information. And another quote from another case, the current custom practice of communicating via messengers is a standing practice, as usual or regular practice. So in addition to the first one and the most reliable way of introducing e-communication into the contract, there are other loopholes, so to say, or backdoor entries, even if you already have the contract without that provision. But if the parties have already established the practice of exchanging electronic communication using a particular means, or, like I said, if we have implicative actions, it will still be possible to use your correspondence, electronic correspondence, in courts. Thank you very much, and I will be very happy to take your questions. Ekaterina, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting. A quick comment to what we have just heard. In our practice recently, we had a case when the defendant provided electronic communication as evidence of sending the documents, the missing documents. We checked it with technical means, and it turned out that electronic communication that took place presumably 7 years ago was actually generated on the date when it was presented into court. That is to say, 7 years ago, that software did not exist, the software that was used to generate the files. So this is something extremely important. You have to check not just what was sent, but also when that electronic communication was generated. Yes, absolutely, I agree. You have to check the time of delivery, the way of delivery. There are so many different sides to it. I agree. Ekaterina, thank you very much. I have a question to everyone. I have been practicing for more than 30 years, and I have this question now about electronic communication. How can you trace, well, not trace, a bad word, how do you prove that the correspondence was made by that person? What if a VPN was used? What if the heading changed in the process? A VPN, the IP address will not be associated with the sender. So what do you do? Or you didn't have cases like that in your practice? Or you would not use that kind of correspondence?
Есть положение общения сторон с помощью VPN, мне кажется.
If parties communicate via VPN, well, in any case, I think you need to take the whole universe of evidence. You should not substantiate your position with just electronic correspondence.
Помимо о том, что VPN мы не можем.
VPN or no VPN. You will not know IP address if VPN is used, but on the other hand, we've got screenshots, we've got other means of securing evidence. When the parties would, for instance, ask the notary public to check the site or to check the email box, the parties can also request the court, or one of the parties can request the court to review the presented materials, including hardware. So we should not despair if electronic correspondence was taking place using VPN. Yes, Ekaterina, thank you very much. Any other questions of the speakers or participants to the current speaker? Okay, very good. I do not see any questions in the chat. Then allow me to give the floor to the next speaker, Maria Samartseva, advisor of Rybалkin, Koordiнационный, Tldcon and Partners. Thank you, Sergey.
Коллеги, всех приветствую. Да, меня зовут Мария Самарцева.
Hello, colleagues. My name is Maria Samartseva. I head the copyright protection practice in the Russian law firm Rybалkin, Koordiнационный, Tldcon and Partners.
До этой фирмы я работала.
Before coming to this firm, for more than 10 years, I worked in a foreign law firm for foreign consulting, and I was an expert on intellectual property violations, IP violations. So during this conference, I'd like to share my experience as to how we can build an efficient strategy to counter online offenses related to domains. I speak as a lawyer. My reasoning is that of the lawyer. And I am still convinced that the technical side of every dispute plays an incredible role in the process. Technology has advanced considerably. We cannot rely just on paper documents. We also rely on metadata, technical intelligence, and very often lawyers have to recourse to the assistance of IT specialists. For instance, when we, in this case that I have just quoted, during one of our trials, we found out that an attachment to an email could not have been generated 7 years ago. Now let's turn to our domain disputes, to that practice. First thing that we do is we monitor abuses. Usually we would start with IP violations when trademarks are abused in domain names, when for instance, other property, IP property, copyright, for instance, is used illegally legally in the content of websites, and having performed online monitoring using our software, which was developed in-house. We don't do it manually anymore. In the past, of course, in the early 2000s, we would do it by hand, but now everything is automated, and all big companies or big firms all run their own software. So the software can control domains, and it generates a list of domains that potentially contain the protected, say, word. Then you review that list either manually or again in automatic fashion, and you create white lists of the resources that cooperate with the IP rights holder or that belong to the IP right holders. All other resources by default will be considered to be in violation of the IP intellectual property rights. And after that, we need to understand what's wrong with the resource, what kind of violation is conducted. If it's a copyright violation, then that's one strategy. If in the domain or in the content we see a different violation or several violations, again, the strategy depends on the type of the identified violation.
Что может быть? При стратегии борьбы с нарушениями в доменных спорах.
What can be included into the strategy? First of all, the domain, we can try to prevent delegation of the domain in the court procedure, or we can terminate delegation or suspend a delegation, or try to annul the registration at the request of the authorized party. In the court, we can stop delegation if there is a violation in the field of intellectual property. It's a classical approach that IP lawyers use. They write a claim, they go to the court will try the case for a while, the resolution will be passed, and it may be appealed, or probably it is not appealed, and after that, undelegation happens if the claimant won the case. Domain can be also undelegated under the law on protection of private data, personal data, and also under the law on information technologies, and information protection. For instance, if the domain name or the content spreads information aimed at propaganda of the war, inciting national, racial, or religious hate, etc. Is it possible to undelegate a domain in the out-of-court procedure? For us, as representatives of the claimant or of the person whose rights were violated, or the representative of the government, for us this is the best approach because it's the fastest. And here we may encounter all kinds of reasons that will lead to undelegation of the domain name in the out-of-court procedure. For instance, a written resolution of the head of the body that performs operative search, including FSB, the Ministry of Interior, customs bodies, etc. And the head of such a body can resolve to undelegate the domain name. The second opportunity is to identify inaccurate data about the registrant in the register. For us, it's the least interesting or exciting case. Or the website could be entered onto the blacklist of Roskomnadzor. There are rules for registration, and in these rules there are specific reasons for undelegation. For instance, dissemination of porn materials, including child porn, phishing, or botnets. But from experience, I know that Roskomnadzor sometimes undelegates the websites or agrees with the registrars to stop delegating domains on other grounds as well. For instance, it may include some healthcare or pharmaceuticals grounds like illegal turnover of medicinal drugs or other products that can have a damaging effect on the health of residents. Another possibility for undelegation the out-of-court procedure is substantiated request to the competent organization if the website either distributes pornographic images of minors or has phishing or it's a botnet. So we see that there is a list of competent authorities. I decided to do without it. In my presentation, you can find it on the website. I think there are more than 10 organizations of this kind that cooperate with the ccTLD. So upon their request, undelegation can happen. And we cooperate with one such organization that helps us to protect the rights of our customers and to stop the violation without delay. There are several other means to undelegate the domain in the out-of-court procedure. For instance, domain name registration term expires, or its renewal expires, or the contract between the registrar and the registrant is terminated, or the registrant asks to stop processing its personal data, or the registration was performed in violation of the technical or other rules that were in action at the time of registration, or registration was connected with bad faith activities of the registrant, or the registrant failed to provide data or provided inaccurate data to the registrar within the specified period of time. So again, we can see there is quite a broad range of grounds or situations that you can use to prevent the violation from lasting, to stop the violation by addressing the registrar. So the lawyers need to identify the most efficient, the fastest way. Sometimes you recourse to two different paths. I have this life hack. If on the website or on the domain name you find several violations and one can be stopped in court and the other violation can be stopped out of court, then of course I will follow the second track because it's faster. And to my clients, I suggest that we follow the fastest route. I believe that it's important that we are aware of the whole spectrum of possibilities that are made available to us by the current legislation. Thank you very much, colleagues. If you have any questions, you know where to find me. I don't see any questions in the chat. May I ask you a question as the moderator? Undelegation out of court. Okay, very well. You undelegated, but the violation lasts. It was not removed. In 2019, I think it was in April, when the High Court made a special ruling on IP, and they said that the domain registration, if it coincides with a well-known trademark, should be treated as a violation of rights holders. So undelegation will not help, and undelegation is that's just functionality of that domain. The content remains. The website will not function, but undelegating in the out-of-court procedure, I'm not sure. Well, that will prevent access to the content, because you can still attach a dozen of other domain names to that content. There are, technically it's possible not to even have a domain name, but to still lead customers to a particular content. What do you do in those cases? Very well, you talk about trademark violations, and usually in case of trademark, we go to courts. We would get a domain undelegated in the court. In court, yes, addressing to the domain should be stopped. The domain should cease to exist. It's true. So, but yes, perpetrators, they register dozens, hundreds of domains in a day. Even it depends on whether the brand or the IP rights holder wants to monitor and to fight those perpetrators, because there is this, notion of a digital brand of the company or the digital image of the company. I speak as an IP lawyer, and usually I have to face IP violations. There are technical specialists and technical companies that. What's the list? I'm thinking about the list of accredited companies. They're on the list of accredited companies, and they can undelegate it in the out-of-court procedure. They have technical means to monitor those domains, and they do it as fast, but they will always undelegate in the out-of-court procedure. But we take a broader perspective, and sometimes we follow the classical route, and sometimes we would contact them, and we would achieve a quicker result. It depends on the nature of the violation. I understand that the criminals can act in many different ways, and then they can duplicate the websites and the content, and they can readdress and they host at abuse-resistant hosts, but it's the reality of the day, and we do the best we can. So you are trying to, you are throwing blows in all directions, and you hope that at least one blow will hit the criminal. Anya, you raised your hand. Anya Karhanyan. I have 3 questions, Maria, if I may. The first one is, okay, so you've been talking about content primarily, right? No, not necessarily. It can also be the domain name. Oh, okay. It can be dual violation. Okay, if the name of the domain contains a violation, I'm sorry, I don't understand how to feed the camera. I'm sorry about that. Anya, it's okay. You can switch off the camera. It's all right. Maybe it will be easier. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, that's a good idea. If there is a violation in the domain name, a keyword that shouldn't be there. And for instance, in our policy, we have provisions that allow us not to register such a name. And by the way, the well-known brand names are not on that list. We've been there, done that. So at first we would stop registration, or we would not register the names for the people or companies who have nothing to do with well-known firms. But what is a well-known firm? Since our registration is manual, it's human, it has its pros and cons, we used the list of well-known brand names, trademarks. But later we decided that if
плохую информацию, так скажем, об этой фирме, какую-то порочащую ее информацию, встречаем.
If we see a violation, then the rights holder can go to the Court of Arbitration. So at first we appealed to WIPO. After that, we decided that we need to go to a Court of Arbitration because it was a bit difficult to deal in a foreign language during those trials. So we decided to register everything. So we decided that we would register anything, but then if there is violation, then the parties go to the Court of Arbitration. But what about content? What about content? If the domain name is okay, but the content is wrong, we ask the registrant first to remove the content, to remove this, I don't know, slanderous or pejorative content. What about that? Would the registrars do that? Yes, we have similar practice. We would write a substantiated letter. Either we contact the registrant directly or we do it via an authorized person. It depends on who is the victim, basically. So if we write to the registrant, then in our communication we will list all the grounds. We will explain what is wrong with either the domain or the content or both. If the registrant, well, usually the registrant will forward our documents to the content owner, and the content owner will then remove the content. If the content stays, then we follow a different track. If who is contains data, say outdated contact details or wrong contact details, right? We try to contact the registrant for a month. We contact the registrant via email or phone, and we can't reach the registrant. Then for us, it can be a reason to undelegate the domain. Okay, undelegation. If I'm not mistaken, at one of the DNS forums, there was this presentation from Norway, and people said that if there is a contract, then we can only remove the domain only when the registration expires. We can freeze it, but we can't remove it from the database because the money was paid. Well, I think, yes, it can happen, but it's not very important from the perspective of the violation itself. If the resource is not functioning, it doesn't matter how it's not functioning. Either you remove it from the database or it's frozen. If you'd, I don't know, if you have a domain kids.porn, then obviously it should be undelegated. There is nothing to fix about it. You can't fix it. It depends on the content. Yes, okay, I understand. May I also join this discussion? Anya Karhanyan is the representative of Armenia, of Armenian.am. We have long been friends with Anya, friends and colleagues. You know that our rules are pretty bureaucratic. It means that usually you will find answers to your questions in the procedure. The current procedures are, they tend to be very formalized and detailed. Speaking about removal from the database, the requirement to remove the domain from the database is the least reasonable requirement of the rights holder, because even if you remove it from the database, it can be re-registered in under a second. And it will be re-registered to a different registrant's name. In the past, there was this practice when a registrant has to remove the domain name and does that voluntarily, and it re-registers immediately to a different registrant. And the court would agree that, well, the ruling of the court is executed. It's the defendant complied and complied in the voluntary fashion. It's just that, but in fact, in reality, the domain still exists, only it was re-registered in some other person's name. So we have our own barriers to prevent that kind of practice. We have
это предварительно обеспечительные меры в суде. Ну, то есть очень многое, чтобы домен никуда до конца судебного суда.
Provisional measures in place.
Уже давно признан. Это
The most efficient procedure is to register this domain name that was disputed in court after the court ruling to the name of the IP rights holder. And many IP rights holders follow this practice of building a fence around their domain name. They register domains that closely resemble the actual name. So I would call it the burden of intellectual property. Yeah, just like with regular property, you have to pay taxes and stuff. Same with intellectual property. That's the burden you have to carry. And keeping it in the database, you see, is like natural quarantine. You put it into the quarantine. The people already, they know this domain name. The people are hitting this domain name. Well, no, the best thing you do is you transfer this domain to IP rights owner, IP rights holder. Not all of them want to do it. Yes, well, they don't want to do it, but once they've had enough court trials, they will want to do it. They will want to take it on. Okay, Annie, can you please put your hand down so that we are not distracted by this raised hand? And if there are no further questions at this point, 1 second. If there are no further questions at this point, then with your permission, I will give the floor. I will give the floor to Ekaterina Kalinicheva, partner and IP practice head with Semenov and Pevzner. Ekaterina, thank you very much, Sergey. I'm waiting for the slides to come up. Our screen is dark. I don't see the screen. I'm waiting for the slides. Let's see. My name is Ekaterina Kalinicheva, and I will be talking. Okay, now I see the slides. Perfect. I will be talking about communication with the registrars during trials. It's not my first appearance at the conference, and usually in the legal session tends to be one of the hottest during the day, and I'm sure that this will be the case today as well. Because I will be giving you examples from practice. My presentation will be very much down to earth. My previous presentation was on registrars as information intermediaries. Today, my presentation concerns with communication with registrars not as defendants, but rather as third parties. And hopefully some of you will find some insights in that talk, and I will too get new information because I too have questions to the practitioners and to the audience. I will start with the case of joymoney.ru. We're still in court. The court has not yet published its ruling, but I already have a question. So we represent the rights holder. It's a microfinance organization. Their problem was they needed to register a domain name, joymoney.ru, in order to comply with the regulatory requirement to microfinance organizations. What is this requirement? In accordance with the federal law, microfinance organization should have its website on the internet, and the domain name should be part of the domain name group inside the Russian zone. So this organization should also be the owner of the website. That's why they needed to register joymoney.ru, and it proved to be taken. So we sent the registrar the lawyer's request to provide registrant's data. It turned out that the registrant was an individual, a physical person. We received data from the registrar, but the data was incomplete. There was the number of the house, but it was a multi-tenant building, and it did not. The data did not contain the number of the apartment in this building. We could not send a letter. So in court, we asked the court to make a request to the Ministry of Interior to gather complete data on the registrant. We have just received the information about the resident address, complete resident address of this registrant, and we will continue with our trial. Today, during the previous session, we also mentioned the possibility of registration of domain names via e-government portal. I wonder whether this will help us avoid disputes. I remember there was this discussion that registrant will be able to get the data of name, ID, and status. If this is just the data that we're going to get, then the case that I have already presented will be repeated again and again. I'm sure that everyone who goes to court eventually ends up looking for additional information. It's just that we don't know about it. Those people do not participate in our conferences, or they keep silent. Maybe Sergey will have comments about this towards the end of my presentation. Maybe he has some information, because it will help us all, not just the representatives of IP rights holders and lawyers, but also it will help the registrars so that they can avoid additional problems in court. One other case that I wanted to share with you, and we are still in trial, we are still in court. There isn't a decision yet. We represent the IP rights holder, and the IP rights holder is Zhereptsova, the self-employed person. She holds the rights to Top Fence trademark. They build fences, they make metallic enclosures, and she is the trademark owner. Initially, this trademark was registered in the name of a legal entity, ccTLD service. After that, they seized the rights to Zhereptsova, the self-employed person, and there was another story attached to this one. There is a domain name, topfence.ru, which was registered by Zhereptsova, self-employed person, is the same person, and Zhereptsov gave the right to Top Fence to ccTLD service, while Zhereptsova and ccTLD service had a licensing agreement that allowed Zhereptsova to use Top Fence trademark. Zhereptsov became the general director of this legal entity after a while, so they lived happily ever after. Things were fine, and then at one point in time, the shareholders in this company decided to separate, and then it turned out that the right to administer the domain name was seized to a third party without knowledge of the general director of this legal entity. Why? You may want to ask, why did it happen? It turned out that topfence.ru, after all of this happened, topfence.ru, they placed information about kids' toys, and kids' toys did not sell, that site didn't sell fences, but if you would write to the email that was listed on this website that sold kids' toys, it would you would receive a message back referring you to the actual website which sold metallic enclosures. So we were writing to this email address, info@topfence.ru, to confirm that this is indeed the case, and it was indeed the case. We first used the services of a domain broker. We asked this domain name to be sold to us. The domain broker tried to get in touch with the owner of this domain name, with this registrant, but failed. After negotiations failed. The domain was offered for sale. The price tag was above 1 million rubles, so we went to court. In the court, the registrar is the third party. So basically, the domain name was without the knowledge of the registrant, was ceded to a third party. At the side of the registrar, only that registrant had the personal account, and that was the only person who had access to his personal account. And then they went to the personal account and they asked the registrar how did it happen, and the registrar came back stating that we received a letter from you asking us to cede the rights to the third party. The registrar then said, please come to us and prove to us in Moscow in person that it's not your signature on this letter. It was difficult actually for that person to come to Moscow, and eventually they hired us. We went to court, and since we are in court, the registrar there is the third party. The registrar provided the actual paper, this application, to cede the domain name to a third party. So we filed a suit of forged signature, and the registrar registrars we are currently at the point of we are waiting for the court's decision to have a handwriting forensic investigation. But to me, it seems that it would be great that there would be a two-factor authentication. If, for instance, there is an application file, then probably you need to confirm that application with some other means, like a password or something else. If it's possible to cede the right to administer the domain name in the personal account, then probably it should be confirmed by, again, some other means. Yesterday I learned that there was this additional service in order to, protect yourself. But maybe it would be great if you could include this by default into the package of the services to the registrant, because in this particular situation, the registrant was not aware of that possibility. Maybe in 1 year's time, I'll be able to tell you the outcome of this case at the next Tldcon. But in any case, it's an insight, and it's food for thought also for the registrars. This is what happens, and this case arose out of miscommunication or bad communication between the registrar and the registrant. And one last case I wanted to share with you. We already have a ruling in this case, and it was my revenge. I remember in 2019, I spoke at Tldcon, and I was again talking about a domain dispute, about a domain name, and people got so excited about this case. And I heard one comment from the floor that we lawyers, we are so happy to have domain disputes because it's our bread and butter. You can settle all these disputes in the out-of-court procedure before the court, but you prefer to go to court because this is how you make your money, because you are lawyers. But this is not always the case. This case is a good illustration of that. The Italian company is the rights holder to Nashi, the trademark. The defendant was the registrant of Nashi/Argan. They were the official representative of Nashi/Argan. They were selling their products, so it was the product, and they had the same name as the website. We wanted to settle it out of court. We wanted to get the registrant's rights re-registered in the name of the rights holder. But the registrant said, go to court, you will not make it. We go to court and we'll defend ourselves in courts. So it's not always possible to settle the case out of court, like I said. So we asked for provisional measures, and then we filed a suit. And eventually the defendant claimed that they are selling products that are already part of the civil turnover. The beauty parlors and other shops are selling these products. That's why they have the right to this name. But the court said that if the claimant proves that they never consented related to the selling of this product under this name in the country. The defendant will then have to prove back that they had the consent from the rights owner. So eventually the court disallowed the usage of наши орган to use this trademark as such on all products and on the domain name, and they also collected a compensation of 500,000 rubles. In the Court of Appeal, the ruling was upheld. And after we've passed these two stages, we concluded an agreement with the registrant, and it was a mutually beneficial agreement. It was a win-win case. The defendant ceded the right to administer these domain names, that one and two more domain names, and the claimant asked the registrant on the basis of the agreement to cede back the registration to the defendant. It went well with two other domain names, but then with the one that was in court, we first lifted the provisional measures. After that, we showed the agreement to the court, and here the registrar said, since there is an agreement, so we need to first confirm the preferential right, and so after a while we received the domain. Eventually, I think it's a beautiful story, and it's beautiful for the rights holder and for the registrar. It's a good illustration of the fact that not all disputes can be settled in the out-of-court procedure, in the pre-trial procedure. I will stop my presentation here. And Sergey, if there is anything that you can add more on the subject of e-government, I would be very happy to hear it. What was your question once again? The data was incomplete. We didn't get complete data on the registrant. But if there is, if we can get access to e-government, if the domain names are registered via e-government, do you think that we're going to have complete set of data, or just the name of the registrant? Well, since I am involved in this work, I'm part of this working group. Most likely for you, for lawyers, the path will be even longer. So if the data is incomplete, the registrar will ask you to try to get the data out of e-government. So the registrar will say, you want to file a claim in court? You go to e-government to get all the potential defendants' data. And e-government, it's lengthy because it will require certain technical implementation, and obviously it will not appear overnight. And when it appears, there will be a transition period because all registrars will have to get ready, will have to technically prepare themselves, and it will be an alternative path for a while. So it will coexist with other means of identification. But I agree that lawyers need to have a simpler access to personal data. Roskomnadzor believes that the lawyer's request doesn't have enough force. It's not the same as a query or request coming from law enforcement authorities or courts to share personal data. As to this decision of the plenum of the High Court on intellectual property, it doesn't shed more light on this matter because, yes, they do have a separate item on requesting data on the registrar, but the court says that you have to follow the procedure established by the Administrative Procedure Code and the Arbitration Procedure Code, and the path was not made shorter, if you know what I mean. You know that it is still quite a lengthy procedure. We'll see which way it will go, but it seems that we will not be able to avoid the government, but Ekaterina, speaking about, to go back to what you said about the personal account and dual authentication, you understand that you can't cover it in the rules. The rules are a general document. And what you are saying is, it should be done by the registrars. Yes, but by the registrars, the procedure of services provision, or the regulation of services provision. Exactly. There aren't any questions in the chat. Ekaterina, thank you so much for your presentation. It's all very interesting. And by the way, while you were talking about Anya, I see your hand. Just a second. You were saying that you can't settle everything out of court. Do you remember this picture? There is this cow in the picture, and there are two peasants. One is pulling it by the tail, the other is pulling it by the by the horns, and in the middle there is a lawyer milking the cow. Anya, yes, something just occurred to me. The registrant dies, for instance. What is the rule afterwards? How is this regulated? Because in our case, the registrars decides. So, okay, the registrant dies. He paid for the domain names, for 5 years in advance. Oh, well, someone comes to our office with a certificate of death and says, my husband died. So what happens next? Did you have cases like that? It's a question to all lawyers there. It should be. Sergey, yes. I was thinking that you should take the question. No, the rules doesn't govern that situation and can't govern the situation. A domain name is a substance, the entity that in theory cannot be inherited. In theory, exactly. It's not property. It's not property. While you keep paying, it's the result. It's the product of services. It's a product of a service. But a phone number, for instance, they have special rules on how the phone number can be inherited, 6 months time and everything. But a phone number, that's bylaws. That's a regulation that sets down those rules, and then you can go and argue whether the result of a service, the output of a service, can be inherited. A result of a service that has an expiration date, like the domain name. I know that many registrars take different approaches. Sometimes they would re-register the name to the successors. But it's always possible to drop catch the domain. But it's outside of the rule. It's not regulated. There isn't a formal way to do it. Because you see, you can wait for 6 months, and then you can identify, because you can have several successors. Yes, but here we are in the field of laws of succession and inheritance, but domain names cannot be inherited, is what I'm trying to say. If the registrar learns about the death of the registrant, either the legal entity is liquidated, for instance, right? It's the same as a legal entity that is liquidated. So the registrars will have the right to remove the domain name. The death of the party in a services contract means completion of the service, termination of the service. Same here. But I am sorry for interrupting, but you will never know if the registrant died. Well, let's say that you found out there were those cases when WHOIS contained data of the registrants, including their taxpayers' numbers, and some of the taxpayers' numbers were no longer valid. So there were several cases against registrars insisting that they remove the domain names from their databases. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. We again running out of time, and we'd like to hear now from Alina Akishina, Director of Online Pet Patent Company.
Коллеги, добрый день.
Hello, colleagues.
Прекрасно, вроде бы.
I think you
Спасибо большое
can see me and hear me. Thank you very much for giving me the floor and for inviting me to this wonderful event. It is always a pleasure to be one of the speakers at Tldcon. I will share my slides in a second. Unfortunately, I couldn't come to the studio. One second, please.
Вот, вроде бы всё работает.
Okay, it should be working now. Yes, we can see it.
Итак, сегодня уже много коллеги рассказывали о защите прав на товарные знаки.
My colleagues before me have already talked about protection of trademarks and how to protect the rights of the rights holders.
Но в моем выступлении
In
хотелось бы остановиться
my presentation, I would like
ведь для того, чтобы
to
что-то защищать,
focus on a preliminary stage. So before you protect something, first you need to introduce the protection. That is, so you have to, before you protect the usage, you have to protect the object, so the property. So let's talk about the registration of trademarks as such. I will share some statistics on trademarks and domain names.
общая статистика, в принципе, всем
The general statistics is quite clear. Trademarks are growing. The number of applications is growing. In 2020, Russia was in the 7th place in terms of the number of applications to register trademarks. Dynamics is positive, everything is wonderful. The question is, what's happening now in 2022? I must say that the situation is also pretty positive. I will try to uncover the reasons for it. Probably the reasons lie in the area of the development of e-commerce and the internet market. It can be explained through logistics. On this diagram, you see positive dynamics. We sagged a little bit in our registrations in March and April. These are orange bars. Orange bars are 2022. This is monthly dynamics on the slide. But starting from May has a lot of free days, out of work days. Still, we had more registrations this year than last year. And if you look at the other months of the year, there is growth year on year. And you can see the same in domain names registrations as trademarks. A quick disclaimer here. We analyzed statistics in preparation to this event, and we understand clearly that all registrations of trademarks that fall within the category of protected domain names would not be possible to identify all of them, since trademarks are registered according to a very vast classification, international classification of products and services. Some registration can be tied to a particular trademark, the other may not be related to the trademark, and it's very difficult to separate the two. But if we talk about the dynamic series, about the dynamics of indicators over a certain period of time, then we we can use a simplified statistics that's based on direct entry of .ru or .ref elements into the composition of the registered trademark. We understand that it's not complete statistics. They are not all of the trademarks that are associated with domain names, but this is one segment that can be unambiguously identified and reviewed in terms of dynamics and changes in numbers.
Немножко поподробнее остановлюсь на диаграммке. Здесь мы
This is an interesting diagram.
на 2020-2021
It shows you data for 2020-21 and 9 months of 2022.
по сегменту .rf и
.ru, .rf, and general dynamics. That's the blue bar.
достаточно убедительный.
That's all trademarks.
В том числе
Again, you see, it's all very
на горизонте всего 2022
compelling.
года мы явно
In 22, all of 22, we can expect
регистраций по
an even greater number of registrations than what was recorded in 2021, unless, of course, autumn
естественно, вся вот эта статистика
drops down and does not produce registrations in accordance with our expectations. I also wanted to say a couple of words about yet another interesting phenomenon, because registration is the final step. We arrive at registrations once we know that the name that we intend to use is available. And we are going to use that name in our commercial activity. It's interesting to note that there is growing demand to find the trademarks that potentially can be registered, and there are automated solutions that we are developing in the area. This is just to let you know what we used in order to collect statistics that I'm going to show you in a second. So we offer to our users at our websites an access to online search and monitoring of databases of registered trademarks valid in the territory of Russia. So you can search for trademarks that were registered via Rospatent according to national procedure, and you can also search on the WIPO trademarks. These services are public, and you can use them on the promotional website with simplified search interfaces, or you can register, and then you will get access to a more complex interface that you see now on the slide. And we regularly monitor the demand for these services. And what we see is, let's turn to this diagram. So on this chart, you see that there is growth of demand, which was quite dramatic in April, May, and June this year. And this is recalculated by business days within months. You see again a comparison with 2021.
Вот, видим, что всюду практически динамика позитивная.
So, in 2022, almost every month produced better performance than 21. In June, there was a double growth on 2021. This affects not just the segment of domain names registered as trademarks, but we see here also the interest to register new brands, to find and register new brands that are placed at marketplaces, because at marketplaces the entry threshold is lower. To have your own domain name, it requires a different level of investment compared to creating an account of a seller or a vendor at the marketplace. And you can start selling your products there without much investment on your part. Well, probably we should believe that given the numbers of this search to bring in branded products into Russia, it will also affect the market of domain names, and we'll see a growth in the registrations in our domain zones, the national ones. And this is registration of trademarks online. Again, in this regard, we as supplier of the service to register trademarks online, we also see good, strong dynamics. The number of requests is growing. Here is a wonderful trademark that contains an indication of the domain area, the trademark of ccTLD.ru. Another thing is, when we search for new brands that we want to protect, at the same time, we see growth in court cases related to registration procedures. Here are statistics for 21 and 22. Comparable periods from the 1st of January till the 31st of August each year. So what we saw, something quite informative. This is the number of cases to terminate the validity of trademarks pre-term. It's almost, the number of cases almost doubled in 22. And it's also very interesting to analyze the structure of claimants and defendants in those cases. In our practice, what we often see is, foreign intellectual property is not protected anymore. It was disallowed, was cancelled. So we see that in the disputes as well. Although the number of non-resident defendants has increased to 28%. The IP rights owners are trying to prove the fact that they use their indications in Russia, but at the same time we see an increase in the number of claimants who are not residents. And it would be interesting also to analyze the geographies. And here is the information. Claimants and defendants who are not residents in Russia. This is claimants. The other diagram is defenders. Again, United States, Europe, South America, they are leading here as claimants, and Russia as IP rights holders, but there is also a big segment of non-residents. Well, it's not very big, it's not statistically significant yet, but it's already visible compared to what we had in the past. So this is the number of cases where claimants are Chinese companies, non-residents of Russia. So we see that there is a certain substitution of logistics trails, and as a consequence, the Chinese companies, the new importers, they are protecting their interests in Russian courts. One of the more vivid examples from practice is this attempt to contest the right to operate the trademarks. Ferrera, not the Raffaello candy, but surprise candy. Some products that are no longer available in Russia, I think would be going down the same path. So in summary, this is what we can tell from statistics. The first item is not changing anywhere in the last many years. If the registrant wants to keep the rights to the domain name, they should register the trademark. The number of applications to register trademarks is growing. It's growing especially fast in .rf. but they're starting from a low position. In .ru, we are looking at hundreds of applications, in .rf, dozens of applications, but that's the current dynamics. The trend is positive. Another thing is, and it is also good news, although there is an interest to terminate non-residents' trademarks prematurely, we do not expect any significant growth of termination of domain names that contain names that are similar to recognizable brands in Russia. The next speaker is going to talk about the parallel input of domain names, and I will be very happy to listen to that presentation. And I also wanted to say that there is an intensive growth of interest to registration of new indications because there are new logistics chains now being installed, and we see greater presence of IP rights holders from China, which is going to result in a new class of problems. The colleagues have just said, discussed potential registration via e-government and other activities that are intended to improve the transparency of registrants' identification. But what we see is another big problem. And you may think it's a stable procedure and well-regulated procedure to register the trademark with Rospatent, but language is still a barrier, and the differences in national legislations is still a barrier, and the number of fake documents, for instance, forged documents that are submitted today to Rospatent is growing, and we can expect it to continue to grow. We already had cases in practice when there is an IP rights holder from China. Some documents are filed from China in Chinese. We are not sure. We can't verify their authenticity. So there are still questions of how we can make this market more transparent. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you very much, Irina. It was very interesting. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions because we are running out of time. Our next speaker is Andrei Alexeychuk, senior lawyer for IP and IT at Kachkin and Partners law firm. Andrei, can you please fit your presentation to 5 to 7 minutes? And I do apologize for that. Colleagues, I also need to apologize to you. I wanted to have a discussion around this presentation because it's an interesting problem, but okay, I understand about the time pressure. If you want to ask your questions, please write to me directly. This is what I want to bring to your attention. It's a problem that I encountered in practice in the pre-court procedure, but probably we will all be actively engaged in solving similar problems. I'm talking about the use of domain names as part of the parallel import regulation that was adopted in recent months. You see the slides, right? We have two key provisions on the topic. The Civil Code allows the use of trademarks for the products that were introduced legally into the civil turnover in Russia. The trade name can be used in the domain name, among other things. The courts interpreted these two provisions to mean that even if the exclusivity of the trademark expires, you still can't use that trademark in the domain name. Even if exclusivity expires, you can use it for products, you can use it when selling different products, but you can't use it in the domain name. A domain name usage is a different type of usage, which is not related to exhausting the trademark rights. This was, again, confirmed in various anti-monopoly trials. You can even place a trademark on your signage if you brought in the product legally into the country, but you can't use it in your domain name in any case. Some defendants even try to push for the idea that the registration of the domain name in Russia is a means of introducing this domain name into the turnover, and the provision on the exhaustion of the trademark should also apply to the trademark as the goods. Here, the defendant acquired a certain domain name at an auction. After the domain name expired, and yet the IP rights holder managed to acquire the court's decision disallowing the use of this domain name. And then after the known events, changes were introduced into the regulation of the economy. Federal law 46 was adopted in March, listing various anti-crisis measures, including the right of the government to approve a list of goods to which civil code will not apply. So we were told that this was about parallel import, but this is how it's spelled out in the law. After a while, this article was amended with the following provision: the use of the trademark of the goods that can be imported under parallel import shall not constitute violation of the right to the trademark, and it's not the same as exhaustion. So it doesn't speak about the product itself, the use of in any fashion, the use of the trademark in any fashion, not only the goods itself, but if the trademark is on the list approved by the Ministry of Trade, then you can use it, the trademark, any way you want. So based on the current regulation, if we register the domain name using the trademark, and if it's a trademark of a product that can be brought into the country under parallel import, then this should not be construed as a breach. I know of two cases when people try to use this norm in practice. In the first case, the court said that the law doesn't have retroactive effect and does not apply to the relations that appeared before 2022. And in the second case, the court did not refer to the retroaction, but instead they analyzed the relations between the parties, and they said again that these relations appeared before the Second Amendment was introduced into the law. They said that this amendment applies only to the parallel import, and it applies only to the goods, not other means of usage. In both cases, the rulings of the court of the first instance were appealed, and we are still waiting for the decision of the Court of Appeal. That's it from me. If you would like to say anything, I don't know if time permits, if we can find a couple more minutes for a discussion, that would be fine. If not, then please write to me. I think it would be wonderful to discuss this problem. Thank you for your attention. My contacts are on the screen. Andrei, thank you very much. In fact, it's a very interesting twist. We have 1 minute left, so once again, I want to thank all of our speakers for bringing to us amazing and exciting presentations. Thank you very much. See you next time. And please don't go away. The next session is going to start in under half an hour. Testing, testing. This is the English channel.
Спасибо.
Добрый день. Мы начинаем.
Good afternoon, and we are ready to open our next session.
Безопасность.
This session will be dedicated to security and DNS abuse. We've invited 4 experts: Patrick Jones from ICANN, Dmitry Kiryushkin from Bizone, Alexei Shumin, Kaspersky Lab, and Yaroslav Kargalev from Group IB. I welcome all of our speakers, and I hope the panel is ready to start.
И, возможно, неудачах.
And I'd like to invite Patrick Jones to take the floor first.
Thank you very much. I will now share my presentation. Right, so greetings. My name is Patrick Jones. I'm Senior Director for Global Stakeholder Engagement at ICANN, and I'm also part of the project team that is focusing on DNS security threats. My remarks today, I'm going to give an overview of our DNS security threat mitigation program and some updates from the recent ICANN 75 meeting in Kuala Lumpur. So as a technical organization, our mission is to ensure the secure and stable operation of the Internet's unique identifiers. The name and numbering system that supports the global Internet is regularly under attack. ICANN strives to be a factual, trusted source of data about the domain name system, DNS security threats, and to provide tools for the wider community to better understand and support the mitigation of these threats. So we have this DNS ecosystem security mitigation program that ICANN launched several years ago. And again, It has three pillars. First, it's to provide research and data, as well as our skills in training, capacity development that we offer, particularly to country code managers and registries and registrars around the world. Then we share that through different systems, such as our domain abuse activity reporting system, and we work to enforce the contractual provisions that we have with the generic top-level domain registries and registrars through audits and enforcement. There is no set definition for domain name system abuse. Within an ICANN context, we generally refer to this as the use of domain names for either phishing, malware, the delivery of botnets, for farming, or for the delivery of spam as a vector for other types of abuse. Now, we have a wide variety of activities currently underway, led by our Office of the CTO team. Some of these include exploring the implementation of the recommendations from the DNS Security Facilitation Initiative Technical Study Group. There will be more work on this over the next few months. Again, as I mentioned earlier, ICANN's Domain Abuse Activity Reporting System. So this is a project for studying and reporting on domain name registration and security threats across top-level domain registries. And the overall purpose of the system is to develop a robust, reliable, reproducible methodology for analyzing security threat activity that then the ICANN community can use to make informed policy decisions. We currently have a public comment process underway to implement a contract change in our base generic TLD registry agreements. This would enable the extension of the domain abuse activity reporting system to registrars. ICANN has been encouraging country code registry operators to participate in the DAR project. And the expectation is that by extending this system to the registrar level, it's going to make this more actionable for those registries that participate. So the reports that registries currently receive are somewhat limited in the information that can be shared. And there's a missing set of data with, once we are able to extend this activity to the registrar level, it will provide much more actionable data for registries that use this system. So again, this proposed change is currently out for public comment, and I believe that the comment period goes through the end of October. Another area where ICANN has made quite a bit of progress has been through this domain name security threat information collection and reporting system called DNS Sticker. Many of you may have heard about this through the work of tracking COVID-19 related domain name registrations during the pandemic. In addition, our Office of the CTO team recently launched the Kindness Project. This is the knowledge sharing and instantiating norms for DNS and naming security project. And this is similar to the Internet Society's Manners project for routing security. This is aimed at promoting best practices for DNS operations, particularly at the resolver level. And we've worked with the community to develop a framework for the most critical security norms that DNS operations can voluntarily adopt. We think this effort can help improve global DNS security, but it needs participation and adoption for it to be successful. So you can learn more about this initiative on our new website at kindns.org. If you're interested in ICANN's technical work, we do have an upcoming DNS symposium in Brussels from the 15th to the 16th of November. followed by an IANA Community Day on the 17th of November. The theme for this event is examining the effects of both centralization and diversification of the domain name system. Registration is open now. The organizers for the event in the office of the CTO are still accepting speaking topics. So if this is something that you're interested in, you can reach out to the team at the link on the ICANN website and find out more information. So I've already covered domain abuse activity reporting system. Perhaps I should share some developments since ICANN 75. There is a small team in ICANN's generic name supporting organization that's focused on DNS abuse. They plan to recommend that the contracted parties and ICANN org work together to improve the existing DNS abuse provisions in the registry and registrar contracts, as well as explore certain topics for policy development. The ICANN contracted party house sessions at ICANN 75, during those sessions, both the registry and registrar stakeholder groups had positive discussions about initiating some targeted contract amendment provisions with ICANN that would address this request to improve the DNS abuse provisions. They're still discussing this, and if you have questions, this is something that can come up. The Contracted Party Summit is coming up from the 1st to the 4th of November in Los Angeles. There may be remote participation for that event, so it's possible that this will be another active area of discussion coming up at that meeting. I have this slide as one that was shared during the ICANN meeting. This is an extract from our domain abuse activity reporting system data, and it shows that the general trend of domain name registrations associated with the abuse areas that we track have been trending downward over the past several years, particularly during the pandemic. And we think that this shows, one, it's a significant decline in the number of domain names that are used to spread DNS security threats, both in absolute terms and in the percentage of the total number of domain names. And we continue to track this and, using this system, look more granular at what might be the source of this downward trend. I've already touched on the DNS sticker project. One more thing to note of interest to this community is that the country code name supporting organization has a standing committee on DNS abuse. On the 20th of September, they launched a survey for country code registry operators. The deadline runs out on the 15th of October, and they're encouraging one response per ccTLD registry. It shouldn't take very long to complete. You have the ability to opt out from publishing your ccTLD identifier in responding to the survey. And for more information, I've pasted the link to this on this slide. But again, the CCNSO does want to encourage as much participation as possible from the ccTLD community to this survey. So please take a look at this. And again, here is the reminder about the contractual changes. This is currently out for public comment right now. And again, the comments close on this on the 24th of October, 2022. And here is the reference to the upcoming DNS symposium. So with that, I turn it back to you, Pablo.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I have a question. And it's a question on DAR. DAR used to collect data on GTLDs and new GTLDs, but there was also activity to collect information from ccTLDs. Who of the ccTLDs are currently involved with DAR?
So I'll need to check this. I think during the ICANN meeting, we had up to 19 or 20 country code registries participating in the DAR system. We might be publishing this on somewhere on the ICANN website, and I'll need to go back and look.
Хорошо, спасибо. И второй вопрос.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Another question on DNS symposium in Brussels. Do you know if it would be possible to connect to the symposium online, or it will be just in person?
I believe that there will be an online component to the symposium. Typically, there has been that option in the past. We'll have to, what we should do is look at the webpage for the symposium. As we get closer to that event, I believe the team will provide information about remote participation opportunities.
Спасибо, Патрик. У меня больше вопросов.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I do not have any further questions. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was very interesting and informative. Our next expert is Dmitry Kiryushkin from BioZone. Dmitry, the floor is yours. Hi, colleagues. It's a pleasure to see all of you. 1 second, I need some time to put up my slides on the screen. Okay, so here goes. I wanted to talk about business email compromise attacks and why this is a big problem. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Dmitry Kiryushkin. I'm from BioZone, and I'm head of brand protection.
В целом, наверное, вначале чуть-чуть расскажу про Bizon, про
A couple of words on BioZone and our success stories. We monitor various threats that our customers could face. We monitor more than 1,000 darknet forums. In 2021, we blocked about 70,000 phishing sources that were targeting our customers. From the start of 2022, we analyzed more than 1,000 leaks of databases. They were published on darknet forums. In those databases, we look for logins and passwords of our customers. We remove them, and we ask our customers to change those logins and passwords as soon as possible, not to be under attack. We scan lots of resources every day. Well, this slide says 12 million, but in fact, the more recent data, the averages per day is closer to 15 million data sources that we scan every day, and more than 100 brands protect their brands with us.
Хочу дальше рассказать про что же такое вернуться к бизнесу.
Now, what is business email compromise?
В целом это в общем случае атака.
In general, this is an attack
деловой переписки.
That compromises or uses rather a compromised business email. Usually, it will abuse emails. Sometimes you will also hear about invoice fraud. This is a type of fraud when criminals would pretend to be a partner or a supplier and would convince the receiving company to transfer money to a third-party account. And of course, no services are provided upon payment. You may receive a letter stating that the company bank details have changed, or you may be receiving a special, instructions from the lawyers to take a certain action. But the basic idea is the same. Criminals use email to send out instructions. They usually break into emails, and then it all depends on the imagination of the attacker. Today, I wanted to focus on two types of business email compromise attacks that we found in our work.
почему вообще в целом стоит говорить и почему я хочу рассказать?
Why is this such a big problem? Why did I decide to choose this as my topic today? Why is this such a big problem? According to FBA data, starting from 2022, from the start of the year, since 2016, total losses from business email compromise scams exceeded $43 billion, which is an astronomical figure. It makes every sense to counter those threats. From the beginning of 2022, we identified more than 30,000 of phishing domains that were registered specifically for business email compromise type of attack. And we also managed to match more than 500 companies with attacks. They were the companies that fell victims to that attack. What's different between BEC and phishing? A phishing website. I mean, people usually they are aware of phishing websites. It's it's a household name almost, and blocking a phishing website doesn't take much involvement. After we scan the internet and we find a phishing website, we contact a hosting provider or the registrar, or we would contact a regulator. We will send the link and screenshots and other evidence, and the registrars will be. It will be very easy for them to check that it's a phishing website. You just enter the link, follow the link, and you see that it contains fields to enter logins and passwords, and you block the website because it's a phishing website. But in case of BEC, things are more complicated. A business email compromise, well, I guess the closest word to the whole BEC scam is latent or hidden. It's very difficult to collect evidence and convince the registrar or other authorized entities to block the site, because it's not always in all types of attacks, but in some of them, I'll tell you more about it later, the domain usually doesn't contain any content. Basically, the domain doesn't have a website, and you can't make sure, you can't check that the criminals are trying to steal something from you. Often they would be domains registered on behalf or in the name of a particular company. It would look very similar to the spelling of the actual domain name. The difference will be in one or two letters, and on behalf of those from this domain name, in the name of this domain name, mail would be sent out inviting customers to buy something. They would order a particular product, send the money, and not get anything. So once again, it's much more difficult to block domains used for BEC than for phishing. It's difficult to collect and present evidence, and it's even more difficult to block these domains in advance, before the victim receives a letter, an email, because before an email is sent, the website is not used for anything. No action is associated with it, and there aren't any grounds for blocking. But in the future, the websites will be used for fraudulent purposes. And now let's consider two types of business email compromise attacks. It's something that we found in our work. Like I said, over here you're looking not at a fraudulent website, but it's a screenshot from the official website of one of the companies that is victim to that attack. And the companies spell out on their websites official warnings that there are criminals. Please criminals out. Please make sure you check all the bank details. Please do not engage in correspondence with anyone who is not writing from the official domain. But practice shows that even this doesn't help. It's not enough. Many victims still are hooked on those lucrative offers, and they transfer money to the criminals. So the first type of BEC is as follows. A criminal registers a domain name that is similar to the official website name. They copy all the content from the official website. Apart from context, the only thing that's different between the original and the false website is context. Usually these sites do not even have a personal account, and the website, this fake phishing website, usually doesn't have any form to enter data. They do not have fields to enter.
Там ответит мошенник и скажет, что да, мы готовы все предоставить.
Your login and password.
Счет, и, естественно, после...
So the only remaining option for the customer is to call the phone numbers that are listed on the website. The phone would be picked up. On the other end, someone will say that, yes, that's fine, we are sending you the invoice, please pay it, and then we'll deliver the goods. The companies there aren't any reasons really to block these websites. They look like a business card type website. There aren't any reasons, to block that website because the fraud, the scam happens in correspondence rather than on the site itself. So there aren't any grounds really to make the registrars to block the website. And often even in the rules of registration, you read that the domains should not be used for phishing, to disseminate spam, to disseminate malware, but it says nothing about abusing the websites for fraud purposes.
Собственно, на данном слайде это опять же очередное предупреждение.
On this side, again, you read a similar warning from another company saying that in their market criminals are active, and this particular company asking all its counterparties to stay alert and be careful in their correspondence. Another type of business email compromise is, well, actually we even wrote an article, a paper that we published on Harbor, and the link is on the website. You can search for the business email compromise on Harbor. I'll try to explain how the scam was structured. It was a little bit more complicated because it involves several domain names to perform one scam, to execute one phishing campaign. So what happens? In the beginning, the criminal writes a general request to the general email box, like info at the name of the company. This request is answered by an employee of the company, and the criminal would send a phishing link in order to steal the password of that employee. If that is successful, the criminal will have access to the email of that employee of the company. The criminal would be reading the correspondence, all of it, sitting quietly, waiting until in the correspondence of that employee there would be a mention of money or transfer or payment, invoice, something like that. After that, what the criminal does is, for instance, there are two companies talking to each other, A and B. The criminal sends all the prior correspondence of company A to the fake domain, let's call it B1. B1 is very similar to the official domain of company B. And the same is done for company B. All correspondence from B is channeled to A1, which is a fake domain, copying the actual official domain A. And the criminal becomes the man of the middle, the classical man in the middle. Two companies are talking to each other, believing that they indeed talk to each other, but in fact they are writing to a fake email belonging to this criminal. And the criminal, when necessary, will change the invoice, will tweak the payment details in order to get all of the payment
скорее даже нюансы этой схемы.
for a shipment.
Различные схемы защиты вроде
It's an elegant scheme in a way, because SPF Tldcon Denmark, the usual means will not help you protect yourself from that scam, because all correspondence is channeled to a falsified domain.
По этому типу атаки у нас есть статья на Хабре.
So we wrote a paper, like I said, that was published at Haber about this type of business email compromise. Our specialists managed to detect more than 30,000 domains of this kind that were registered and used to execute this scam. All the details are given in the paper, but in a couple of words, we identified specific DNS records, and based on NS, MX, and text records that are very specific, we are able to identify a big number of these domains. So, speaking about numbers, here you can see the chart from the beginning of 2022. On a monthly basis, more than 3,000 domains were registered for the purposes of performing these attacks. It is also interesting to know that the criminals are targeting companies around the world. You find this in Asia, in Europe, in Americas, everywhere. Here are the domains, just to give you an idea, that match our criteria. We know that they're using the same MSNs and text records. Some of the companies are very big, but not only very big companies suffer. The list of victims is pretty long. As a follow-up, and I understand that registrars and hosting providers are willing to counter all these scamming websites. They are willing to fight the crime, but the big problem is that there is not enough evidence for them. There aren't enough grounds for them to block these websites preventatively. The fact of the domain registration is not enough. It's not enough evidence to block the site itself. And in many cases, these domains don't even have any content on the landing page. The criminals only use it for email correspondence. And if the victims do not provide information that this domain was used in order to trick the money out of them, most likely the domain will not be blocked. And this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Dmitry, I have several questions to you. Sure. Why block this domain? Why do you need to block it? I mean, if the company goes to law enforcement authorities, then they would send a request to the registrar to get IP addresses, contacts, when was the domain registered, who entered the accounts. I mean, if you kill the domain together with the account of the user, then the registrar will not be able to answer that request from the law enforcement authorities if they are investigating a fraud case. So the question is, do we want to find these fraudsters and put them in jail, or do we want to close that gap as soon as possible? What's more important? Well, usually, and we do hear stories, we know that attempts usually are, sometimes they are made to find the people who stand behind this, but usually domain names are registered in some one-off emails, and all the entries into, say, the personal account are done via VPNs and stuff. So it's very difficult to find the actual criminals. Yes, of course, it would be wonderful if you could find the criminals and bring them to justice, but this is not always possible. And usually the criminals that we see, they hide behind various anonymizers, and it's not always possible to get to the real people. So in those circumstances, it would be best if we could eradicate the problem. But it's not always possible, like I said. Even if, well, if we had an opportunity to just block these domains, that would already be a big step forward. Very well, another question. Statistics of communication with registrars. To undelegate the domain, that can only be done by the registrar. If it's a Russian registrar, then they will respond to a request from a law enforcement authority that was accredited by the ccTLD. Do you have any statistics on this kind of interaction? Because usually registrars would not heed to any request from anybody else. My zone is a competent authority. We are accredited at the ccTLD. Of course, the criminals do not always register the phishing domains in .ru or .rf or .su. They register everywhere. In the case of Russian registrars, we have a good channel of communication and interaction, and we have to thank the coordination center for that. But foreign registrars, to write to them and to prove that the domain is used for the purposes of fraud, sometimes it takes a very long time and the results are not guaranteed. Very good, then let's now give the floor to Alexei Shumin from Kaspersky Lab, our next panelist. Yes, hi colleagues, good to see you. Welcome. Just a second, the slides are coming up. My name is Alexei Shumin. I am an expert on viruses. Within the Department of Threats Investigation, we are talking about DNS abuse and about how our company helps fight that kind of crime. This is the agenda, and I'm a representative of a cybersecurity company. I decided to first give an overview of our current services to counter DNS abuse, and after that we'll talk about different attacks and risk mitigation techniques. If you read the DNS abuse framework, then you'll find out DNS abuse composed of 5 big broad categories: malware, botnets, phishing, farming, and spam. Let's start with malware. From the point of view of DNS abuse, there are 3 key items. We've got malicious domains and malicious links. On the slide you see statistics. In the second quarter of this year, we blocked more than 273 million unique malicious links or URLs. There are many malicious domains and malicious links. Another type is drive-by attacks, the so-called web exploits. They almost disappeared by now. They were very popular a few years ago. Some exploit packs in that time were very widespread, and today you hardly find one. And DNS is a covered channel, and I mean DNS tunneling. When we talk about DNS tunneling, in most cases we mean to say that this technology is used to avoid blockings. For instance, at the airport, the Wi-Fi is can be accessed at a charge, so people sometimes use DNS tunneling to get access to that Wi-Fi. We also I wanted to introduce to you the takedown service, one of our services that our clients use to kill a domain that is malicious and interferes with normal business practices. This is how it works. Cyber criminals create phishing domains which can be used to attack companies and brands. This is sad, this is bad. The companies lose money, but killing those domains is quite hard. So we can help with our multi-years expertise. We know how to analyze domains, phishing domains included. We know how to know whether they are malicious or not. We can collect this information and prepare a kind of a, well, I don't know, a charge. For instance, a charge that you can present to the criminal. This is how it works. The client submits the request via our corporate portal. We analyze the domain, we collect the data, and we contact the regulator or the host provider or to cert. Well, anyway, we contact someone who has the right to take it down or to undelegate it or ban it. Usually it works brilliantly. Competent authorities are responsive and malicious domains would be disabled. DNS tunneling. DNS tunneling is not DNS abuse as such, but it's a practice when DNS can be abused for malicious purposes. This is how it works. A big DNS request is sent, information is then retrieved out of it by criminals, and then the data from the criminal is sent to the infected machine. This can be used in two cases. First of all, you can covertly submit some data, send some data, and if the firewall settings do not allow you to penetrate the network, sometimes you can use that tunnel to infect the perimeter with your malicious request. This is a real Trojan that we found. Here is the dialogue of the client with the server. You see many DNS queries, long ones, and the responses, and this is how this Trojan communicates. Here is the response from the command center. It was a big query. It was deciphered by the command center. The reply is shown here in green. You can see here OB here. This is a command. It's a command for the malware to collect data about the machine which it infected. Having received this command, the malware will collect the data and send it back. This is how it looks like. If you remove base64 encoding, if you decode it and you see the signature, the characteristic signature, you unpack it and you will see that this is information about the machine containing the name of the user, for instance. And this is how you can detect it. You can detect it with these rules, the first two rules. You check the length of the request, and the second rule is the view of the request itself. In the real world, there are free of charge utilities like DNSCAT too. You can find at GitHub, and this is how you can build this backdoor. Basically, this is a DNS backdoor. This is how you can build this channel, and it's very easy to use. Even in the description, you read that this tunnel contains everything you need to get up and running, etc. The diagram to the right shows the number of unique users with detections. The number is not very high, but it should be high, because this is the means of covert transfer of data, and most likely to date would be used in targeted attacks. You know that targeted attacks are not very frequent. They are not mass market malware. The second category of DNS abuse is botnets. How can we be of help? What can we offer? Well, first of all, it's information about malicious domains and malicious links, URLs, command and control servers, and other auxiliary resources, like a resource where Trojan bunkers can keep the injection scripts. Here is the statistics. This is how many botnets are being monitored, and this is how many of them are alive. More than 200,000 are alive. This is big ones. They're all unique, with unique command centers. So at least 200,000 command centers or botnets are alive, and 180 active botnet families. I'm going to explain how we monitor them a bit later. Another unpleasant thing is DDoS attacks at DNS servers. Sometimes they happen accidentally. I'll tell you an anecdote later. And spoof DNS attacks also pertain to the topic. They are not classical DNS spoofing, but something similar. I'll again explain how it works later. Here is a fun fact. Several years ago, we registered, well, not just us, actually, but we also registered a huge number of requests, non-existent domains of second tiers, and it created a great load at DNS service and rule in .ru. The reason turned out to be Letic, the new spam bot. It's well known, it works as a proxy, but that time the new version came out. We researched the version. And we discovered that the Trojan was working in the multi-thread mode and creating a lot of DNS requests to non-existing subdomains. It turns out that the Trojan tried to hide the original CNC communication that way. It's not a very good idea to kill the rule zone servers just to hide the communication, but it was an interesting case because it resulted not in the consequences that the developer expected to see. That kind of attacks is something that we see from time to time. We also have bot farm with our internal project. This is how we track bots. It can be used by anyone. We see feeds. A bot farm is the system that traces bots. It runs emulators. It's a bot tracking system. We emulate bot communication, and after that we start talking to command centers, and we record what's coming from the command center. What's interesting is that this is done fully automatically. So we extract malicious domains from samples. We predict new registered malicious domains as well in an automatic fashion. So even if it happens that the bot migrates to a new domain, and it happens often, you know, that domain generation algorithms are often present in the domains, in the botnets, we can emulate them as well. And we can even predict the domain names where these bots will migrate next week, for instance. Sometimes we can make predictions a year ahead if the algorithm allows for that. And sometimes when, in case of local, the bank Trojan, we could make predictions to 1 week because it was tied to stock exchange quotes, which are unpredictable. We collect commands that the master gives to the bot, including commands of the spoof DNS type. The bot captures the functions of the operating system, and when it receives spoof DNS command, when the user calls that domain that supposed to spoofing, the user is redirected to a different IP address. We collect this information, we have it in the feed. So bot farm generates feeds of commands of admins, some service information about injectors, spoof DNS attacks, type of information. All of this is will be in the feed. To recap, let's talk about the means to protect yourself from DNS abuse. There are two types of attacks, right? There is attacks on DNS, there are attacks performed by using DNS, and there are attacks on DNS clients. When it comes to attacks on DNS and how we can mitigate those attacks, here goes. Well, first of all, there are attacks on DNS infrastructure. They are not DNS specific because you can DDoS any infrastructure. The solution, the response to this is to scale DNS infrastructure. Of course, it's easier to take down one DNS server than 3 that service the same space, or to use special anti-DDoS solution, for instance, Kaspersky DDoS prevention. Or DNS request flood. It's easy to understand what's happening. DNS server is flooded with requests, and the server stops servicing any requests. And the solutions here are also very simple to scale DNS infrastructure. It's not the best one, I understand, but it still works. Fine-tuning of the service. If you fine-tune caching, for instance, you can still protect yourself from an intermediate intensity attack, or you can use Kaspersky DDoS prevention. The third type of attack is an 6-domain flood, which is a subset of the DNS request flood attack. The requests are correct, but to non-existing domains, and the mitigation measures are the same. DNS attacks performed by using DNS. There is DNS amplification. This one is a complicated attack. The multiplier, I think, is 24 to 58. It can generate a lot of harm. Means of protection is to tune your DNS server correctly. If it's available to everyone, most likely it will be vulnerable to this attack. DNS tunneling, I spoke about that already. It's not an attack, it's a transport. In order to detect it, you have to use complex products like Kaspersky anti-targeted attack platform. I showed you the examples of detecting rules. DNS tunnels can be captured. And attacks on DNS clients, DNS cache poisoning. The mitigation techniques are also very simple. to set TTL as low as possible. Our DDoS prevention service team says that TTL should be 300. Or use DNSSEC protocol was specially developed to prevent this attack, to detect and to prevent this attack. It was developed quite a long time ago, but for some reason it wasn't widely adopted. That's it from me. Thank you very much. Your questions, please. Thank you, Alexei. In DNS technologies, people often talk about
DNS over HTTP,
I don't know, DNS over HTTP, when DNS is hidden by HTTP. You say DNS used for tunneling. Do you see a contradiction there? Because sometimes, I mean, you hear HTTP is open everywhere, and DNS is intercepted. But, well, you can build a tunnel with anything. I even saw a tunnel using pings. Anything can be enveloped in anything else. But DNS tunneling is very popular among malware criminals. Even in PPT attacks, recently we had this report in APT campaign LA. They also used DNS tunneling. Okay, it's clear. Thank you very much, Alexei. Our next panelist is Yaroslav Kargalев from Group IB. Yaroslav, the floor is yours. Yes, hello. Can you see it? Can you see the slides? No, not yet. Yeah, sure.
Вот теперь видно.
Now we can see the slides. Excellent. So, okay, today I want to say a couple of words about the current state of affairs with phishing and how money can be stolen from cards and how the fraudsters can bypass the barriers that we put to their activities. If you open any phishing page that was created to steal money from the bank card, you would usually see certain attributes like the space to enter your card data and other data. So this is all pretty standard. The card number, validity date, CVV code. But we know that the criminals will take your money off the card, but the question is, how do they do it? Today, the banks send special codes and push notices to confirm the transaction. The criminals sometimes cannot be stopped by that. I'll explain which technique phishers use, and the technique is pretty simple. But let's start with general information. From the beginning of the pandemic, we saw dramatic changes in the scam community. A whole new industry grew out of the conventional phishing industry. We call it scam as a service. So what makes it different from the previously known scams is the hierarchy and the infrastructure that the perpetrators use. We've got an administrator who administers the activity of this criminal group. They hire new people, they maintain the phishing infrastructure, they take care of financial matters. Underneath are the workers, the fraudsters that communicate with potential victims.
Самого подхода к современному фишингу. И именно благодаря вот этим многочисленным воркерам фишинг традиционный, он стал не массовый.
Traditional phishing today is no longer mass market, it's targeted, but they are operating on very large scales. And then there are also V-bivers who are part of the scheme, and they're responsible for getting the money out of the system. This scheme has become very popular because the infrastructure is very convenient. Usually they use Telegram's bots Of course, every criminal group wants to scale out its business and involve as many participants as possible into the scam. And the functionality of Telegram enabled the abusers to reach a new level of the criminal activity. Today, using Telegram bots, the criminals create phishing URLs, they create content, they account for the stolen money, and they also control and manage the criminals in the group. This is statistics that shows you the spread of the services scam activity. This activity involves more than 5,000 domains. In 21, average losses at those scam websites were 3 billion rubles. From spring, the number of attempted illegal transactions exceeded 300,000 a day. In early March, the number went to 100,000 a day, but after a short while, we registered growth to about 400,000 attempts a day to illegally withdraw the money from bank accounts. 1/3 of all sessions here is a scam using fake payment pages. We know about 170 brands that have been abused around the world. Well, not all of the world is engaged, but about 60 countries of the world. The infrastructure rather. In order to counter this phishing scam, we monitor the infrastructure, and every criminal group has its salient features, which enables us to attribute activities of different groups to them. For instance, there was an identifier of the administrator of the domain name that enabled us to link to this domain several others. So there is an ID, 4 digits, .ru. But if you look closer at this domain name, if you analyze it, you will find information about third-tier domains, and the third-level domains will explain why this domain name may be used. Another case is when similar names of the domains are used, and we can use this information to attribute them to a particular administrator. This is another group. It contains of various domain names, IP addresses, certificates, and other criteria that enables us to identify all of them as belonging to one group. On the last page, the user, the victim, should enter a personal code. Now, this is what the criminals do in order to avoid this last step. In order to withdraw the money, the criminals use legitimate services, peer-to-peer, card-to-card, the services that enable money transfers between individuals. When the victim enters the bank card data, the so-called V-Biver uses the data to initiate the transfer. This can be done manually or in automated fashion if the criminals manage to evade the restrictions imposed by the payment service. Banks are aware of this abuse of a very legitimate service, and banks are trying to fight it themselves. Another mechanism that phishers use is the 3D Secure. It's the protocol that's used as an additional level of protection for the user during transactions when no banks are used, so-called CNP transaction. This is how it works. When you enter your bank details to pay for a product, an amount will be frozen, will be blocked on our card, and the payment system will be waiting for us a confirmation, an SMS or a push code. If we do not enter the digit from this push code, the money will be charged back to our account. So what do fraudsters do? How do they exploit the situation? Here you can see quite an elegant solution. The user goes to a phishing site, leaves the data there. The data enters the fraudster's infrastructure, where they will initiate a card-to-card transfer. The card-to-card service or the issuing bank, for them, the transaction, the transfer that was initiated by the fraudster looks as if it was done by the user, him or herself. In parallel, the fraudster will be showing to the customer's fraud page requesting the code, and the banks will be sending to the real customer the code. The criminals will capture this code from the phishing page, and they will use this code to address the legitimate server to confirm the transfer. So it's not the amount that the user was paying, but rather the amount that the criminals entered into the system that will be withdrawn from the account. So once again, the criminals are using legitimate services and infrastructure of the banks. I want to show you how this happens in practice, but time doesn't permit it. So in conclusion, I'll just say that, well, I have already mentioned that for the bank, when this when this phishing transaction is performed, the bank believes that it's the real user that does it, but it's not exactly like that. The process is identical to a legal transaction or sanctioned transaction, but under the hood of the paying system, today the banks have the mechanism to identify who initiates the transaction. How does it work? Based on behavioral analysis of the user of the service, using special technologies, a lot of information can be extracted out of the web session. What is the operating system? What's the web browser that is used? What is the network? What is the provider? Is this really the user? Is the data entered by hand, or it's copied from elsewhere? How long does it take for the customer to enter the details? So all of this creates kind of a fingerprint or an identifier of the customer, and you can use it to analyze subsequent transactions. Over here you can see how an identifier, this big ball at the bottom, the sphere that is composed of different behavioral features of this customer. Usually the customer would use one type of device to perform all the transactions. Or another case, our classifier will merge several devices that fraudulent transactions would be performed. It's interesting that indeed the criminals will use different devices and different payment systems, but we used our rules to merge all these disparate transactions into one activity. Why am I talking so much about this behavioral analysis? We managed to find ranges of IP addresses, their own DNS servers, certain habits that enabled us to trace and attribute these criminal groups. This improves the efficiency of countering phishing activities. We are a competent organization for the national zone, and we have the right to block the phishing websites. But as practice shows, today our efforts are not enough. In addition to blocking, we also try to work along the other lines. We are hitting card-to-card bots. We are blocking attempts to withdraw the money. What's interesting is that if registrars and host providers would be doing the same analysis of their users, it would allow us to find this fraudulent activity sooner. There doesn't need to be any victims. We will be able to counter this phishing infrastructure much more efficiently. With behavioral analysis, registrars will be able to identify different accounts associated with one phishing administrator, even if this administrator keeps different accounts with different registrars, but the behavioral analytics matches it coincides, will be able to attribute all those different accounts to one phishing administrator. And if we can find a phishing domain, a phishing resource of this administrator, we will be able to sanction all other accounts of this administrator without waiting for the content to appear at other phishing sources. And we, as a competent organization, we have the relevant technology, the applicable technology. Thank you. Well, may I take the question that you addressed to the previous speaker about DNS abuse? I didn't talk about it, but you know what's interesting? Different malware begins to use DNS technologies, DNS blockchain technologies. Today we see that new trend. The criminals are more interested in this technology these days, DNS and blockchain, in order to hide their communication from traditional entity DNS abuse technologies.
Злоумышленники пытаются как-то наложить на свои каналы коммуникации.
Хорошо, спасибо, Ярослав.
Very well, thank you very much, Yaroslav. May I also have another question for you? You mentioned that knowing one phishing account, you'll be able to associate it with other accounts. We have Netscope project, right? And Group IB, I think, was one of the initiators, or at least one of the first participants of Netscope. Do you use Netscope, or is this so last century? No, Netscope helps. We use it actively. But you know what happens? Netscope was a very efficient tool in the early days, and then the criminals realized that their domains are blocked very quickly, and they stopped registering packs of their domain names in the name of one registrar. They use different registrants or registrars to register their domain names. We know it's one group, but they found means to create new registrants, new accounts, and they register individual domains and names almost instantly to different registrants' names. Okay, got it. One other question. Group IB is the competent organization, and therefore it can send notices to the registrars. Do registrars respond to these notices at all? Do you have any statistics about that? Yes, we have statistics. I wouldn't be able to give you specific numbers, but domain patrol, the domain patrol that we have, thanks to this project, we sped up the response from the registrars. Like 3-4 years ago, without this project, when we communicated via mail with local registrars, it was so lengthy, it took so much time. For foreign host providers and registrars, again, we continue communicating with them by mail. It still takes time, but at least now different APIs are available from them to counter DNS abuse. Registrars are introducing APIs specifically to counter DNS abuse, to speed up communication.
То есть это, ну, вот 8 часов
I'd say 8 hours. Within a business day, usually you would get an answer. So within one shift, we tend to get answers from everyone. Okay, thank you very much for your interesting presentation. We've exhausted the agenda of this session. We discussed all topics in many details. I would like to thank everyone, all the participants and all the listeners. Thank you very much.
Добрый день. Меня зовут
Good afternoon, my name is Alexey Rogzev. I'm General Director of the Technical Center of Internet. And today I'll be moderating this session on new technologies. First thing, to begin with, today it's a rather momentous day. It's the day of the Internet in Russia. We celebrated this day for the first time in 1998, and since that time, the user base of the Internet in Russia grew from 1 million to 130 million users. 90% of the Russians are using Internet, and Russia is in the top 6 of the countries in terms of Internet accessibility. And Internet would not be alive without new technologies. New technologies are emerging every day. Many of them come on stage and then they leave the stage pretty quickly, and other technologies take a long time in being born and becoming mature. And then other technologies like DNS have been with us for a very long time, although they came to the stage a long time ago. So today we will be talking about technologies, and the first speaker of the day will be Alain Duran from ICANN, who's going to talk about alternative namespace. Alain, over to you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, and thank you for having me today virtually. I'm going to talk about a document that I published earlier this year in the office of the CTO of ICANN. This is called Octo 034, Challenges with Alternative Name System. So this is alternative, not alternate. With alternate, sometimes people are confused. It means you go to one, you go to A, and then B, then back to A and B, and you change all the time. Alternative means simply something different. Yeah. So the goal of this paper was to document some of the challenges, some of the technical challenges in deploying alternative naming system alongside the DNS. The known goal was having an in-depth analysis of how each of those alternative naming systems work. There are other papers that do that very well. Another known goal was to look at the policy-making processes that each of those alternative naming system communities have developed. So this is really focusing on the technology aspect. The document is available there. If you simply Google ICANN Octo 034, you will find it. So some background. Alternative naming systems are not really new. Actually, there were alternative routes. At the time, they were called alternate routes, even before the creation of ICANN. And early in the early days of ICANN, there was a realization that having multiple routes was creating a lot of confusion, and that led to a document that was written back in 2001 called ICP3. And I will come back to this document a little bit later. So essentially, having multiple name resolution system is not new. What is really new here is that the popularity of blockchain in general is bringing attention to blockchain-based naming systems. So this is not because you have a blockchain that you need a blockchain-based naming system. You could have done that using DNS technology simply by defining some new RR types for that. But the choice was made differently. There are a number of popular alternative naming systems that are based on blockchains today. I will mention Handshake, which is a derivative of Bitcoin, ENS, which is really integrated and based on Ethereum, and Unstoppable Domains that are based on a derivative of Ethereum. Those three are quite popular. They have quite a large number of domains, but I'm sure that in the next day or month, there will be some more. Another thing that is bringing this attention, this issue to light, is that there are some ICANN accredited registrars who are now also selling blockchain-based names, and that creates some consumer confusion. I did wrote a blog earlier this year called Buyer Beware, because this issue can create some serious amount of confusion on the people buying domain names. First, blockchain-based domain names are not bound by ICANN policies. They have their own independent policies, something to keep in mind. So, okay, so what are really the challenges? So when you want to use a domain that is deriving from a alternative naming system for your own application, that's not a problem at all. You just use it like any other domain. The question arises when internet users want to reach you. How do they resolve such a name? So if they use native application, they can use dedicated libraries. There are libraries in many languages, like whatever is your flavor of the day. But what about legacy applications? Well, they need to use some bridging technologies. There are a number of them. You can ask people to use some dedicated web browser that have some plugin maybe to resolve this. You can forward everything to a recursive resolver that is going to do the bridging for you. You can use some complex URLs with some bridging functionalities. But at the end of the day, this requires a manual intervention on the user side. And that works well with early adopters, enthusiasts, but that doesn't scale very well. This is not something that my parents will ever do, for example. So knowing that they need to use something special and then they need to know how to install it is actually quite a tall order for most consumers. And that's an issue. Now, we can also bridge things, as I mentioned, from recursive resolvers and ask recursive resolvers provided by service provider or public recursive resolvers such as Google DNS or Quad9 or any of the others, do some bridging towards those alternative naming systems. However, there are still some problems that can lead to instability. For example, let's say that I'm at home and I have my cell phone, and my cell phone can connect to Wi-Fi, or it can use the cellular network. And depending where in the house, it can really catch the Wi-Fi signal or not so much, and then goes back to cellular. But it might be that the resolver I'm using on the cellular network is not the same as the resolver I'm using on the Wi-Fi network. And then depending on where I am in the house, I'm going to get different results. So consistency is really going to be an issue. So those were issues about deploying one alternative naming system. But now, what about multiple alternative naming systems? As I mentioned, there are like at least 3 major blockchains that are selling domain names these days. The problem is that there is no community-driven coordination between any of those things, neither in between those alternative naming systems nor the DNS. So at the end, name collisions are unavoidable. So there's a naive approach that says, oh, it's great to have many naming systems to choose from. If I don't get the name I want, I would get it somewhere else. But how do users reach you? How do you make sure that consistently user can reach you? And a naive answer is, well, tell them to use this app. Well, it doesn't really work. Most users on the internet are not technology savvy enough to go and understand that they need to use this app. Plus, if there are multiple naming systems and then in multiple apps, it becomes extraordinarily complicated to organize all of this. So the problem is that an application can only connect to one naming system at a time. So there will be very unstable, unpredictable resolution, which will be difficult to navigate across all of this. And that really creates confusion. The risk, of course, is a fragmentation of the internet by creating different ecosystems. One ecosystem for one blockchain, another ecosystem for another blockchain, and yet another ecosystem for a third blockchain, and another ecosystem for the classic DNS. And that's really what is at stake here. I mentioned ICP3. I just put a few excerpts of ICP3. Essentially, it's a document that was written in 2001 that says that alternative routes create issues. They substitute insular concerns in place of community-based processes. And we do believe in those community-based processes to have one internet. So I'm not going to go into the details of that. You can, of course, read it. This is something that is 20-something years old now. It was written a different time, but the concerns remain the same. I have a cartoon later on that talks about name collision, but I know my time is limited, so I'm not going to go over it. It will be available with the slides that will be distributed, I think, after the talk. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Да, Алан, спасибо большое.
Yes, Alan, thank you very much.
Я не вижу вопросов.
I do not see any questions from the chat at the moment, but I have a question myself.
Первый вопрос. Нет ли у
First question, ICANN. Does ICANN have any plans to support the community to coordinate these alternative spaces?
At this point, there is no such plan. We are raising awareness that there is an issue. We are raising the awareness that there is no such coordination. And the goal of my document is to provide information for the community so that the community can decide what needs to be done.
Не будет ли ICANN препятствовать?
Do you think ICANN will try to prevent the emergence of such alternative spaces in the future?
This is not a technical question, so it's above my pay grade, and I will not be able to answer it.
Да, но все равно, Алан.
Very well, Alan. Thank you very much. We enjoyed your presentation very much. Thanks. And the document, it's a good and substantial document, very informative. Thank you for preparing it. Our next speaker is Pavel Khramtsov from Moscow Internet Exchange, and he's going to talk about SLAs for DNS. Pavel? Yes, thanks.
Я, собственно, не вижу.
I do not see my slides. Oh, I see them now. Thanks. Of course, we are not going to talk about the agreements. Rather, we will talk about the service levels. Well, we will look at the parameters that are usually included into such agreements, into the SLAs. For a long time, DNS and the DNS services and the Russian DNS providers, for instance, registrars of domain names, they used to provide DNS hosting services either at a fee or free of charge, and at the same time, they never indicated any service level parameters or metrics. On this picture, I put together several indicators or levels from the service level agreements that big service providers are offering, like Azure and Google. So here we talk about authoritative servers. They are not resolvers. So this is not Google Open Resolver. This is not Cloudflare Open Resolver. It's not Quad 9, Quad 8, Quad 1. They are services offered by authoritative servers. Please pay attention to column 3. This is availability. This is service availability, and in most lines you will see 100% there. What is service availability? We will go back to this table again towards the end of our discussion, because in this case, we need to understand whether these numbers are actually achievable. Those 100% that are stated in various SLAs, are they achievable at all? And another thing, if you pay closer attention to this table, you will notice the mentioning of high availability, HA.
профилактические работы на сервисе, то
when there is downtime on the server, when there is maintenance time on the server, usually that time, the maintenance time, is excluded from the time used to calculate availability. So, and that means not high availability, where you will see F5, for instance, or Cloudflare, you will see NHA there. It means that this service of high availability is not provided by these providers, and they will take maintenance time out of the calculation of the service availability. This is Annex 10. In the top level, you will see the info domain. This in the bottom corner, you will see the SLA for new GTLDs. And unlike on the previous page, if we go back to this previous page, you will see that the only parameter indicated in the SLA is service availability. But in these tables, you can also find the round trip times, RTTs. And the numbers are quite high, right? About 1.5 thousand milliseconds, 500 milliseconds.
На самом деле, как правило, когда в телеком приходит...
Usually, when you come to a telecom company with such an SLA for DNS, where availability is 5 nines, for instance, that's the standard, and where you should be calling the server for no longer than 20 milliseconds, these SLAs raise brows, while at the same time being the ICANN standard. Let's look at the root. Now what's with the root? What happens to the 13 letters that service the DNS root? Over here I'm quoting from RSAC. At the spring it was updated and reviewed. And this document offers a formula to calculate the server identifies those letters. We know that every letter contains 50 to 200 servers that are interconnected using Anycast, but those 13 letters, or the identifiers of root servers, they are present here and they service a zone. So to calculate the availability to meet the SLA, a formula is used which says that K, which is the necessary number, the red bar over there, the 8 is 2/3 of n less 1. What's behind this calculation? When the resolver calls the root service system for the first time, it gets a timeout, and when it calls the second time, when it queries it the second time, it receives a response from one of the servers with a probability of 2/3. So if you read the SLAs, again, we can go back to this page, you will see there's 1500 or 500 milliseconds. It doesn't match very well this approach, because by default, the timeout at the resolver, and especially at the stub resolver, is calculated in seconds rather than milliseconds. And by default, the measure is like 5 seconds. So this availability, or rather the response time, that is, or the timeout time in that we see in the SLAs, may be out of question. But this is what RSAC recommends. The big question is, how do you calculate the availability? How do you define the required number of servers that will ensure the level of service, the expected level of service? And since if we follow the K out of N approach,
то по факту мы имеем дело с биномиальным законом распределения, и в данном случае
then in this case, K will be calculated as
наиболее вероятная величина,
the most the highest probability
необходимым требованиям вот по паролю.
To find n that will meet our expectation of response time. And RSAC believes that every identifier that we deal with has the availability of 96%, and following this formula, we will find the 5 nines, the Tldcon 5 nines, that are considered to be the standard for the service, but it's 5 nines still, it's not 100%, it's far from 100%. If you look at this curve, which I'm also quoting from RSAC's documents, this green line, the 13 servers, out of them 8 are available. This is again not 5 nines. If all of the identifiers are available at 96%.
Тем не менее, вот если говорить об уровне предоставления сервиса для корневых,
speaking about the availability, here it goes, 96% for every identifier and 5 nines for the whole service that services DNS. And for the service, it's 250 milliseconds with UDP, 150 milliseconds using UDP transport, and 300 milliseconds, 250 milliseconds for UDP and 500 for TCP. Why is the difference is double? It's believed that the packet is small in UDP. TCP has also the TCP handshake. The handshake is added to the size of the packet, and while it's moving back and forth, hence the longer response latency if we use TCP. Those 250, 256, or 500, or 150 milliseconds and 300 milliseconds, these are all empiric numbers. In fact, root server operators have their own monitoring systems, and they deliver the actual numbers. But if you look at DNS perf, you've got this external system of vantage points or test points, and you will see that the availability of each of these letters is much greater than 96%, and this is greater than 5 nines. It's getting closer to 100, and the SLA for the root is met. It's complied with. And let's go back again to the table with which I started this presentation, and that described the SLAs for commercial services. The last right-hand column is the service availability from the point of view of DNS perf. And never you will find 100% there. It means that the commercial DNS operators or providers know for sure that they're going to pay out the credits, this first column where you have less than 100%. So in fact, they are ready to be penalized by their clients and to provide their clients with discounts for the service. And this is what they do in real life, almost in every case. Here we look at percentages, but if you take, say, F5, they will give it back in natural terms, in seconds, in minutes, or days of downtime. Every service availability is the number of minutes that the server was available versus the number of minutes that it was supposed to be available over the same period of time. Usually we talk about minutes, and when you calculate the availability of your service, and if you guarantee something to your clients, then this is how you measure it, this is how you calculate it. I'm done, and if you have any questions, I will be happy to take them. Very well. I again do not see any questions from the floor, though it was a very interesting presentation to my liking. I have several questions, Pavel. Which MSK-IX parameters, which parameters does MSK-IX offer to commercial clients? I mean, commercial clients of DNS hosting. 4 nines. It's 4 nines. Why did not you include your service into your presentation along with other big names? But well, this is not a promotional conference. It's not a marketing event. Well, in fact, MSK-IX Anycast DNS Cloud actually is capable of 5 nines. The identifiers, the 5 clouds themselves, if you talk about data, u.ref.su, they are 5 clouds, and following this formula from RSAC, we can fall to 3 letters, and we would still achieve the same 5 nines, but it's just that it never happened. All 5 clouds are usually available all the time. It's just that we have servers, and these clouds, Europe, Asia, Americas, they are all outside of Russia. And currently, I mean, under the present situation, anything can happen. But in the Asian cloud, we've got servers from Novosibirsk. So 3 clouds will always be available, come what may. And so we meet the requirements of RSAC. We meet those requirements. And you could see it in the last 6 months. You did not see any degradation of the service in terms of support of the Russian domain names.
High availability.
Is there a demand for high availability in DNS? Well, yes. After end of February, early March this year, when DNS servers of large Russian DNS providers, I'm not going to name names, but when they were under attack, and a lot of information resources, including banking resources and streaming as well, they were not available because of those attacks for a long time. The owners of these resources started to look for a reliable corporate DNS service that would ensure high availability without PPRs. Without maintenance time. I mean, high availability, true high availability, without taking into account maintenance time. Another thing is we need to bring up new zones, I guess. Those which are not high availability, and the 5.9 service which are not truly 5.9s, they are the service is degrading, and the service must be reinforced. We need to keep escrow zones somewhere so that we can quickly switch to Ibero, to bring up a new zone, to assign it somewhere in a rule register, for instance, so that it starts working as soon as possible. So it's something that is very relevant these days. We also received a question from the floor. MOSABI from ICANN, a monitoring system, is based on new ccTLD SLAs. MOSAPI, these are the parameters that I showed you in the presentation. This is page 3 in the presentation for new ccTLDs. These are the parameters of MOSAPI. The availability of the service is 100%, but the devil is in the details, how this availability is actually measured. ICANN has a third-party contractor that installed probes, and a network of probes call authoritative service in the new ccTLDs. When 51% of the probes shows over 5 minutes, I think 5 minutes, that the service is available, then the service is considered to be available. And then it doesn't matter whether it was UDP or TCP accessible. All of this is, put together. If the probe fails and the previous iteration showed that it was available, then for the next minute, for the next period of time, the availability measurement will be sustained. So the way availability itself is measured, the way it is recorded, I mean, it's tricky, right? It's not like you send a certain number of queries, like 96%, you receive 96% of answers to these queries, and we believe that the availability is 96%. No. In fact, in the new ccTLD program, availability is measured differently. That's one thing. Secondly, the milliseconds story, the milliseconds on RTT and updates of the zone. A zone update depends on the zone update regulation. The zone takes 60 minutes to be updated on the servers, but it says for 95% of requests. It means that at one of the servers, the zone may not be updated. And for the root zone, we had cases like that. When on croot that Google uses, the zone was not updated. The records related to DNSSEC were lost, and mail services, because of key rotation, were also lost. And these things happen from time to time. So to talk about the parameters, whether they are real, you have to do real for a specific location at a specific time. And also for Africa, the parameters from new ccTLD program, it's like the average temperature for the hospital, those 1500 milliseconds. They are the same 1500 for Nepal, Tanzania, Northern California, and Southern California, where things, just fly. And as a follow-up, another question from the floor. Are thresholds often violated for root servers? RSAC recommendations were developed. This last document, ICANN's board came out with this request when there was a DDoS attack that took down 4 servers, and they asked how many more should be turned down for the service to degrade, and the calculation returned the answer that's 5 or 6 more, and then the service will degrade. Is MSK-IX ready to service alternative namespace, and what is required for you to do this? If it's the standard DNS technology, when the root is supported not by IANA but by someone else, it's not a problem. No, I think the question is about, it's based on Alan's presentation. Oh, if you mean the way it was presented in Alan's presentation, crypto domains, they are not domains. They are identifiers of blocks in the blockchain. So yes, you use a name in order to call a particular block to retrieve some information out of this block, and you can have many other objects where a hierarchy used with integrated name mnemonics. You can call that domain names or a system of domain names, but ICANN's domain names system, or the protocols that are used in DNS, they have nothing to do with those other technologies. They are other technologies. Naming is, it follows the same scheme. There is a tree of names. The points are used to separate. Blockchain. No, we do not support blockchain naming. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Pavel. Thank you for your interesting presentation. Our next speaker is Evgeny Sukhov, Rostelekom Solar. and he will talk about DNS as the source of information. That's right. Hi, my name is Evgeny. I work at Tldcon Solar. We are a cybersecurity company, information security company. And I will discuss the use of data that meanders in the domain name system to identify threats, counter threats, and to support other activities in the field of information security. Just a second. So, which data meanders in the DNS? Here is a little list. In the DNS, we can find domain names, we can find resource records. We've got resolve results. We've got types of hosting to which the domain names refer. Then there is time and frequency of queries, of specific results, of specific domain names, query sources, request sources, certificates. And if it's possible, if you can reach to who is it, it's difficult to, this data is difficult to collect, but we do it, but you can still find who is data such as registration time, owner, registrar, registrant. We do it using our own scanners. We look for this information in the logs, on our servers, everywhere we can reach. And what do we do with all this data? I'm going to show several examples, several cases of how the data can be used. There is this thing called a sinkhole. There is nothing new about sinkholes. Companies in the security business use them. They register well-known domain names. Say there was a botnet. It was taken down. The servers that control the network were undelegated. So an information security company will register this known malware domain, malicious domains. The resource records will be sent to the servers under their control, and they will keep monitoring. Even if the botnet was taken down, the bots are still alive, and they will try to connect to the control center. And this way you will be able to identify the infected workstations and either block them or try to treat them, do something about them. That's what we do from time to time. The volume of this work is not very big, and out of the latest cases, recently we registered this one domain name, and we found 4,000 active clients of this botnet, the botnet that doesn't exist anymore, but they are calling our sinkhole, and half of them are in the Russian segment, the other half is abroad. This is something that we do like proactively. We register these domain names, but there was another approach. There is another approach when we monitor third-party sinkholes. And we found NS servers and regular servers that companies like Microsoft use for sinkholes. We keep a database of such servers. If there is a new domain name recently registered, we'll see if it uses the servers and the servers that we know are sinkholed. We will also include those domain names into our monitoring. Right now, we are monitoring 500,000 of such sinkholed domains. They are active, and about 70,000 of them are active. This is the daily statistics. To the right, you will see a picture that I took in our system. They are the examples of domain names that were synced by Microsoft, by the shadow server, this German institute, FTE, anyway, Honeybot as well.
Есть следующий кусочек тоже работы с доменными именами. Это DGA.
There is another way to work with domain names information, DGA. DGA technology has been in usage for a long time. In order not to lose access to the control center of a botnet, the malware can generate domain names using dates or other parameters. They generate the domain names if they lose contact with the control center of the botnet. And we can detect these domain names to monitor them or to counter them. There are several well-known ways to detect such domain names, and the first one is reverse engineering. We have a human who is an expert of malware. That human operates on malware and finds this generation engine that generates the domain names. In the internet, you can find lists of reverse engineering products. We also use this technology, but not much. Machine learning is also fit very well to this task. If they find the DGA domain names, it is quite efficient. And yes, you will have to collect the data, you will have to label the data, you will have to feed it to the machine, but after that, the machine does pretty well. And that's what we do. Of course, we're not the only company to use this technology. And one more technology is statistical analysis. I have never heard about another company that would apply this approach, but anyway, we use it, and here's how it works. If a malware loses contact with a command center, the malware starts generating domain names which do not exist. So mixed domain is the response to all these queries. And if you collect queries that come from the same IP address and you make a block out of it, 1,000 requests during the day, for instance, and then you try to see whether any blocks with a similar data exist somewhere else. And if you find them, you can conclude that these requests were not accidental, but they were generated by some piece of software which worked simultaneously on different machines. We use statistical analysis, and the total number of domains that we monitor in our systems is about 1.5 million, and about 300,000 of them are active. They are domain names generated by malware. We use them to identify other malicious activity. And again, you see a print screen listing some of those domain names.
Еще одна история, связанная с доменными именами.
What else is there? DNS tunnels. This is covered exchange of information between a botnet and the command center. Looks similar to what we call DGA, but this is a different technology. The idea is that the domain name query or request contains additional information. It's encrypted in there, and even if the client network doesn't have access to the internet, but instead it has access to the DNS server, but DNS server already has access to the internet. Using that arrangement, you'll be able to ensure communication between a botnet and its command center. DNS server becomes a proxy
для коммуникаций.
For communication.
С этими туннелями история такая, да, действительно, это тоже не новое.
Tunneling, again, is not anything new.
Наработки какие-то конкретных туннелей, как их.
People know about it, and there are ways to detect those tunnels in the firewalls. They have the rules usually to detect the tunneling. In our case, we are not dependent on any specific type of a DNS tunnel. We understand that every day new types of tunnels emerge with their own features, and that's why we prefer to use statistical analysis that helps us identify anomalies in terms of the number of requests, the number of unique requests in a particular domain zone. To the right, you see it's one of the tunnels that is currently operating in the Russian segment. The domain zone is hidden there. You don't need to know it. It's best we do not disclose this information yet. What else can happen with domain names? What else can provide us with information? Cyber squatting. A lot of domains are registered. I don't know, hundreds of thousands every day around the world. In Russia as well.
Не всегда, соответственно, домены регистрируемые регистрируются в благих целях.
And not always registered domains are registered for good,
тоже мы пытаемся эту работу вести.
For good faith purposes. So we try to monitor the registered domains, try to see whether there are any news in the traffic, perhaps. We put all of this into the database, we analyze the stored information, what we can, we publish. To analyze the data, we use regex. That's clear. We also use machine learning. Like I said, domain names can be easily, well, not that easily, but quite easily fed to a machine. Performance is high, and we use machine learning outputs. We have a couple of Telegram channels where we publish what we find in the Russian segment. We are not concerned with the international segment. The international segment information is covered by databases. And there is another thing. To classify a newly registered domain, it says here links. Links, what's this? Well, we have a database, legacy historic data for resolves. We know that some of the domains are hosted at such and such IP addresses, or they use such and such certificates, who uses, time of registration, etc. This data is checked at the time of registration of new domains. So we match this information with the historic information. This is how it looks, basically. These are the links. It's a Sharkbot, I think. This is Android software that steals data from phones, and it came to our attention a couple of days ago. So we upload it, we click a couple of buttons, we see that here's an IP address which is associated with 5 or 6 similar domains. And we can take another step, and the tree grows and grows, and we see more new domain names. This links, it can process all kinds of parameters. Certificates, for instance, or other kinds of inputs. that allows us to regularly update our database of threatening domains. What happens next? I have already mentioned that we have Telegram channels, we've got feeds there. Sometimes we can share our information free of charge, sometimes, I mean, on a sometimes we sell them. Together with TCI, we have the secure DNS service. If you use this DNS server, we will warn you of the suspicious domain names. And the data which is not critical neither for us nor for our clients, we publish this data in Telegram channels, like I said, and you can subscribe to our Telegram channels. So that's it from me. I don't know if you have any questions to me. Thank you very much, Evgeny. Are there any threats for the alternative namespace? For mobile operators? Come again? I'm sorry, I didn't get the question. Are there any threats inside alternative namespace that 3GPP, this is the DNS space, the service DNS space inside mobile operators, can operate? No, we do not analyze this technology. We can't reach out to this technology. Mobile operators, yes, but mobile phones, yes, but mobile operators, no. I do not have any comments about the technologies that mobile operators use. Another question from the floor. Feeds. Do you exchange feeds with international organizations today? Today, no. Not yet. Probably, yes, people are asking about foreign counterparts rather than international organizations. So, yeah, okay. I do not have any questions to Evgeny. So, would like to thank all the speakers. I think it was an exciting session. Next year, I'm sure we are going to learn about many more new technologies. We'll hear more about alternative name systems as well. Because what I see is an incredible growth in that sphere. New projects pop up almost like every day. It's not clear yet how they will affect our daily life, but it seems that some of them may be game changers. I hope that the internet is not fragmented and it stays common, it stays a single space. I'd like to thank all the speakers and all the listeners. Thank you.
Ну что ж, пришло время подводить.
Very well. It is time now for us to sum up the conference and bring it to a close. There was the 15th Tldcon. We had lively discussions. It was very interesting to follow all the presentations and speakers. We had wonderful panelists representing international organizations, regional associations, community representatives. It's always wonderful to talk to colleagues from other countries and from inside the country. For the third year in a row, we have been hosting the conference in the hybrid mode. And Irina Daneli from CCNSO and colleagues from ICANN, everyone actually were saying that they are missing the offline format where we would give people an opportunity to connect to the discussions online, to attend them online, but people would love to network, to socialize, to meet face-to-face, and even here at the RBK business space where we have our studio, there were many again, discussions and talks on the margins in the coffee break area, and the speakers, after they were leaving their sessions, they didn't rush to work or to their homes. They stayed to talk to other colleagues. We all miss offline communication. We'll do our best to make sure that next year we have an offline, a face-to-face conference. So that's to the format, and now let's turn to more, say, meaningful things. Let's see whether the program committee is happy with the substance of the conference. Let's turn to the chairman of the program committee of the 15th International Conference for ccTLD registries and registrars of CIS, Central and Eastern Europe. Andrei, over to you. Andrei Romanov. Hi, dear friends. I hope that all participants and speakers and everyone who sent their questions, I hope that you all found yourselves in an interesting discussion space while we were preparing for this event. We strived to adhere to our standard format, a traditional format that has been tried and tested during previous years. It's quite adequate for the mission that we have during the conference. During the Tour de Table morning session, we got, well, perhaps glimpses, but still we received inputs that fed our discussions during the day, and perhaps you acquired new contacts. You now know who to get in touch with to ask your questions. And during the main sessions, we received a lot of practical advice, especially during the legal session. The legal session, as always, was quite substantial. I believe that the topics covered and the questions put helped you navigate better the world of copyright in the internet and I don't know, specific cases. It's always useful to learn from other people's experience. The technology session, the last one that we had, also went through a number of new technologies. The session on security and DNS abuse, I mean, today is one of the key priorities. It's a very hot topic everywhere. At the last ICANN conference, much attention was paid to this topic, and we also wanted to allocate some time for these discussions in the agenda of our conference. And now we expanded everybody's outlook. We brought to you the experts. And again, you know who to contact from now on if you have any questions. We'll try to keep this format in the future. However, if you have any ideas or suggestions as to what should be added or changed in the agenda, in the content, in the format of our meetings, all your comments, all your feedback is very much welcome. Please send everything in. We will definitely adhere to your advice, and we will improve on our conferences in the future. And many people are also asking, who is the target audience of these conferences?
не только сотрудники и
The conference is intended not only for the staff of registries, registrars, and competent authorities
но и из всего региона, которые, конечно,
from the region.
но вот буквально сегодня
But today, during the break,
мой сосед,
my neighbor wrote to me. He's an IT guy, I admit to that, but he saw publications in VK from our forum, and he noticed the discussion of TLS certificates, which is a very relevant subject matter for the internet market in Russia today. And he asked me, hey, where can I learn more? Who I should listen to, because I want to find out more. So I sent him a list of our speakers. You see, our audience is pretty wide, and we'll continue reaching out not only to the specialists, to the professionals, because domain name registration is quite a narrow market, I admit to that, but we want users to learn more about what we do. So very soon we are going to do clips of different sessions. We will post the recordings of all the sessions separately. Pretty soon we will collect the key messages from all the presentations. Today the industrial publications are already writing about the presentations made today. For instance, RBK made a publication based on Mr. Morozov's presentation. Digital Russia also noted the quote from the Vice President of ICANN among IDN domains, the domains using national domain names. One of the most successful are Cyrillic domains. So you see, the audience, people hear us. Well, what has been said is heard outside of the conference. So again, like we were saying before, as soon as the one conference is over, the program committee is already thinking about the next conference, thinking about the future panels of speakers. And before the pandemic, we used to close the conference with an announcement of the venue of the next conference. It was a pretty sight, really. Colleagues would come from a particular country to present their work and to present their country, the future host of the conference, and we traveled from Eastern Europe to Middle Asia. It was absolutely lovely for reasons I don't need to explain. We don't know where we are going to host the conference if it happens offline, but we are still open for invitations. We will be happy to receive invitations from all stakeholders, from registries, registrars. Please send your program committee and the chairman of the program committee personally, Mr. Romanov. Thank you very much, and see you next time.